Okay, we have YouTube. Mewtwo is live. Hello. Hello to the YouTube channel. Hello to the YouTube vertical channel. Good to see you. We are okay, so we're live. We're live on both of them. Both of them Johns now. It looks like the menu command works. And I think that I don't need to think about other stuff then. Okay, cool. I think I turned everything on, is what I really need to say. There comes a point in stream where I basically stop using the computer, and it's usually like right after I turn the YouTube stream on. I stop like touching the computer and only use the stream decks. And I think that point is now. He would be wrong. He would be catastrophically wrong. Okay. Here's what we're doing today. Let me just sort of recap. We did our Cookie Club drawing on Tuesday. We drew 10 names. We drew one additional name. We actually drew a lot of additional names. And we have some winners to make cookies for today. We're making molten chocolate cookies. They have a topping with rosemary and orange zest and sea salt on them. They are semi-sweet chocolate, butter, eggs, sugar, salt, vanilla, flour, baking powder in the cookies, and then the topping. They're meant to be eaten hot, so if you are a Cookie Club recipient this month, on the little note that you're going to get in your box, it's going to have a little PS that says, heat these little cookies up before you eat them. So I don't really know how long to heat them up, or like, me personally, I would spritz them with a little bit of mist, like a little bit of water mist, and then I would put them in the oven for like 4 minutes. You want the chocolate to be warm again. I think that's the point. Okay, so we're making those today. I don't want to be online until 8 p.m. again today, because that was a long time, which is fine. Actually, I don't have any issue like physically, emotionally, mentally streaming for that long. It's totally okay. I went back and looked recently. My first stream ever was just under 6 hours. So we started strong, and we've been going 511 streams past that today. Anyway, we're gonna try to wrap up today by 5 p.m. maybe 6 p.m. 6 p.m. would be fine. I'd be fine, but I would like to. Promises were made to Calvin, so I would like to be able to keep those promises, which involves me leaving the house sometime between 6 and 6:30 p.m. So what we're going to do today on stream is make the cookies and package them in their plastic vacuum sealed packages. I have already popped the popcorn for the filling, for the packaging material. I have made the bags that the cookies are going to go in. I have dressed the boxes for all the folks that have responded to me so far. I've written little cards for all the folks that have responded to me so far. I've packed swag packets for all the folks that have responded to me so far. If you've ever gotten a Cookie Club box from me, you are aware that there's more than just cookies in it. There's a bunch of unseasoned plain popcorn, and also, please enjoy. Anyway, everything's ready to send these cookies, or to package the cookies in boxes, except I don't have cookies to put in the boxes yet. So we're going to get to that. Let's read the recipe first. These are molten chocolate cookies. Honestly, I forget the name of the blog that I got these from. It's in the cookie chat channel in Discord. There's a link to Discord in chat if you're like, hey, where did this come from? Mer, welcome in. Hello. It's good to see you. I hope you have had a great start to December. I hope you will have a fantastic rest of your week and rest of your month. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. I think were you streaming this morning? I feel like I saw you were streaming. It was you were streaming co-working and studying. You know, that's great. I do love a good co-working stream. You know what my problem is with the co-working stream? I get wrapped up anytime I'm in a stream that is like different from cooking. I get wrapped up in like, what are the little bells and whistles they have? I'm like, oh, that's cool. They have a little Pomodoro timer. Maybe I should have one of those so I can actually fucking focus. I don't. I do in real life, but not on stream. Anyway, oh, I just thought of something I wanted to add. Hold on, watch this. God, I'm derailing myself. Remember when I was like, I wasn't going to use my computer at all? Here I go. Okay. Cool. So I'm literally just leaving notes for myself to Discord and chat because it's easier to type them into chat. It's easier to type them in the chat. I co-work, but I'm really just playing around and looking at recipes, which is great. That's part of it. You're planning. I spend a significant portion of my like admin work time looking at cookbooks, looking at recipes, looking at all sorts of stuff. Be kindly welcome in. Fudge Darling, hello. Welcome to y'all. And my Thanksgiving was great. I drove a bunch. Let's see. I drove for 15 hours total between Thursday and Saturday. Dustral Shadow, hello, welcome. Good to have you. I'm working and I look at so many baking stuff and I'm like, I'm so blessed. You know, I love that. I do love that. Someone this morning, a car this morning, like almost hit somebody as they were, there's a point to this story and it has to do with what you just said. As I was like walking back from dropping Calvin off, someone was like in a crosswalk and a car kind of like came to a too fast of a stop and didn't nearly hit the person, but like it was dicey. And the person turned around and they were like, have a blessed day. And I was like, ooh, that was passive aggressive, wasn't it? Wasn't it? Yes, it was. Decorating outside. Oh, fun. Be careful if you're up on a ladder. Be careful. Oh, God. I just turned into every boomer I've ever known. Anyway, enjoy the decorating. That's fun. A blessing's a blessing, right? Have a blessed day. Have the day you deserve. There you go. Peanut butter fudge. Is that like a classic holiday thing for you? Got a lurk. I appreciate a lurk. Thanks for saying hi. It's something I'm terrible at doing in chat. I'm great at doing it in real life. If I see someone I know in real life across the road, I'll be like, hey, hi. Unless I don't want to see them, then I will literally duck behind a car. Anyway, I'm going to say hi more. You know, can we agree that if you're streaming and I say hi, it's okay to just say hi, right? And like maybe lurk a little bit. I always get super conscientious because then I'm like, they're gonna ask me a bunch of questions. They're gonna need me to chat. Not need me to chat. I'm chatty enough. You know, I looked at my Twitch recap and it said I sent 1,900 messages all of last year. 1,900 Twitch messages in a year. And I watch Twitch constantly. I was embarrassed. I was literally embarrassed. I love fudge. Obviously, you know, it is kind of obvious. If you didn't love fudge, I'd be curious. I would have further questions. So make it to sure so I don't eat the whole pan. I do love that. Fellas, hello. Cheers. Okay, let me read this recipe because I want to make sure there's no surprises. Just yes. Anyway, there's a link to this recipe in the cookie chat channel in Discord. I know I said that already. Yes. Pause. Hold on. How do I do this? Where are we? Give the sub, give the sub, give the sub, give the sub. There we go. Beep, 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 boop. Whoa, Eat It Dads, thank you for the gift subscription to Lord Velos. I appreciate you. We love a gift subscription. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'm just being weird. It happens. It's my entire personality. Emotes. Yes. Congrats. Right. Lord Velos, whenever they win a Cookie Club drawing, opts for a gift sub to any one of the Cookie Club prizes is a gift sub to any channel. Lord Velos generously picks having a gift sub to this channel, and every time I message back, I'm always like, just remind me in chat, because I don't love gifting a sub and then not streaming for like 10 days. So it's one of those things where I'm like, you can just feel free to remind me in chat, because if I forget, you know, because I will forget 100%. I'm going to forget. Anyway, we're going to read this recipe. It is, and I thank you for that. I've tried to be considerate. It's something that I've considered, like I've thought about that, where I'm like, let's, you know, I don't want to go in, because I've done that before. I've gone in and gifted someone a sub to a channel when they weren't live, and I'm like, when will they be live again? Who knows? Will this only be worth, like, I don't know, whatever. How many live streams will this be worth? Molten chocolate cookies, adapted from a recipe by Guittard Chocolate Company. Ingredients per batch: 2 cups of semi-sweet chocolate chips, 3 tablespoons of butter, 2 eggs, 1/2 a cup of sugar, 1/2 of a teaspoon of salt, 1 teaspoon vanilla. It says I use 2 for good measure. I like that. I'm going to do that also. 1 cup of all-purpose flour, 1/2 teaspoon baking powder. For the topping, we have finely chopped rosemary, sea salt, and zest from 1 orange. So, for today, we have some oranges. We have a bunch of chocolate. I have plenty of chocolate. How to melt chips and butter in a heavy bottom pan over low heat. Use a double boiler if you have one. Use low heat and a careful eye if not. They say, rest assured, I do not own a double boiler. You know, neither do I, but I do own a pot and a bowl. So I'm going to do it in that. Stir until smooth and thick. In a large bowl, beat together eggs, sugar, and salt until pale yellow and slightly thickened. If you have a mixer and don't mind lugging it out, do. If not, a whisk and some elbow grease will do it. I'm using a mixer because I have one and I don't mind lugging it out. Combine the chocolate mixture with the sugar and the egg mixture. Add the flour and baking powder until just incorporated. Don't worry about overdoing it. Just stir until you have delicious chocolatey dough. Cover dough and chill for 15 to 30 minutes. Preheat oven to 375. Preheated. Scoop 2-inch mounds onto the cookie tray, leaving 2 inches between each cookie. Bake for 10 minutes. Then add a sprinkling of sea salt, chopped rosemary, and orange zest to your liking. You might have to press the salt slightly with your fingertips to make sure it sticks. Bake for another 2 minutes or until the cookies have formed a nice crust on the outside but are gooey in the center. 12 minutes, they say 12 minutes will do it. You will likely think you need another minute or two. You do not. Let them be gooey. Serve warm. Makes about 16 cookies. All right, so some notes here. One, I'm going to make a double batch straight right from the jump here because this only has 1 cup of dry ingredients. The dry ingredients just get mixed in at the end, and I know that I can combine my eggs, sugar, and salt. Like I can make a double batch in the bowl of this mixer, just based on how much dry ingredients are in here. Because there's not a lot of dry ingredients. There's only 1 cup of flour per batch. So we're gonna start straight away with a double batch. I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna put that in the fridge, and then we're gonna make another double batch. Put that in the fridge. Then we're gonna make another single batch, and we're gonna put that in the fridge. Then we're going to shape our cookies. A single batches. That's what? Welcome in. Hello. What cookies are you making? I am making molten chocolate cookies with rosemary, orange, and sea salt on top. They're meant to be eaten warm. And I'm noting that they're meant to be eaten warm. So let's get started. We're gonna do the double boiler situation over here. I think, yeah, I'm just gonna use, okay. What pot am I using here? I want to use a sturdier pot than the one I have on the stove because that one is not great. It's guaranteed cookies this time, right? For my sub-months. I can check. Let me check. I'll be honest with you, I do not recall. I do not recall. I printed that out. Hold on. Let me look at the list. Let me look at the list. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. Correct. 18 months. That is accurate. That is factually correct. Hold on one sec. And it's really like to put me. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. Whoa, oh, oh. Whoa, oh, oh. Okay. Thanks for double checking. Yes, no problem. And I don't have the list in front of me. Like I don't have the list in front of me. It's on that laptop. So I'm like, what I think, yeah, I was like, yeah, I think it was for 18 months. I'm making sure. Anyway, we're going to do a double boiler with a big pot of water and a big bowl. We're going to do, that's a lot of chocolate chips. That's 2 cups, 4 cups of chocolate and 6 tablespoons of butter. So we're going to melt a lot at once. And it's going to take a little while, but that should be fine. Is this touching the bottom? No, it is not. Okay, great. So we're going to also come over to the stove so we can watch this happen. Is that camera clean? Yes. No. Hold on. I'm going to wipe the camera off with my shirt. Very technical here. Okay. And there's that. All right. But before we do that, double boiler. I need to turn the pot on. Okay, here we go. It's on now. We have melt the chips and the butter in a heavy bottom pan over low heat. I'm melting them in a double boiler. We're using we're going to use these semi-sweet morsels called for semi-sweet chocolate. So we're going to use those. It is, where's my scale? Oh no, there it is. Whew. Okay. Oh, hold on. I know what I wanted to do. Yes. Y'all, I just remembered. I wanted to make a tare weight for this bowl because I've forgotten to do it a bunch of times. And I wanted to write the actual grams on the bottom for this one and for my mixer bowl, because these are the ones that I have the dough in the most, or that I use the most for like batching things, and I forget. And now I know that this bowl weighs 274 grams, so if I forget to tare my scale, I can actually do the math. Okay, so wash my hands. Let's do that first. Again, forever. Hooray for remembering. I know, right? I've only been meaning to do it for a year. Well, like, because the thing is that I only remember to do it. I only remember it when I need it, not when I'm actually, not when I can do it. I remember when I needed to do it. I remember when it is needed. Let's say that. Not when I have the capacity to do it. Pause. Because we're going to forget to do the mixer bowl. We're going to do that one right now. While I'm literally talking about it, we're going to do that one too. 771 grams. We'll move it around a little bit. 771 everywhere. Yep. 771 grams. Okay. Hey Lou, why are you measuring the weight of your empty bowls? Well, let me tell you. It's because when I put something in it and I need to know, say, how many grams per cookie ball are going to be worth pulling out of here, or like how many grams per whatever I want to use per portion. When I put this bowl on the scale and it's full of stuff, I subtract 771 grams from that number, and that is the number of grams of material in the bowl, and then I can portion it out appropriately using math. The more you know. Anyway, this bowl weighs 771 grams, and that's not the bowl we're using right now. This one is. This bowl weighs 274 grams, and I can tell you definitively that the biggest one in the kitchen weighs 598 grams because it's been written on the bottom for a while and I have it in my head now. Okay, this says for every 1 tablespoon worth of chocolate, we have 14 grams. So we're going to measure out a cup. We're going to actually measure a cup. We're going to compare the weight of that to what the bag says, because it should say, let's see, we have 16, if we have 16 tablespoons per cup, 16 times 4, 16 times 16 times 14 is 224. If I put a cup of chips in here, it should weigh about 224 grams. It weighs 184. So I am going to go with the lower number of that. Because I just measured a cup, like I'm literally measuring a cup, and it said the weight here is by cup. So we're doing that. So 2 cups, let's see, 364 divided by 2 is 180, yeah, 182. Okay, so 364 times 2 is 728. That's 2 batches worth. So, yeah, 728 grams. 4, 5, 6, 733. We're close enough, right? That's close enough. I think that's close enough. Mike, welcome in. Howdy indeed. It's going to put a little clip on this bag. So this is 2 batches. I'm going to write this on the recipe. So 728 divided by 2, 364. So I am going to I'm writing this down because later when I'm making the next batch of this, I can just look here and I don't have to do the math again. 3 tablespoons of butter. I'm pretty sure I can double that one in my head. Now I know that this is it's always interesting because most websites that have a testing process or have some sort of vetting process will call for a specific type of butter, especially baking. This just says butter. It doesn't there's no distinction between salted or unsalted. I am using salted butter. But that's because that's all I have in the house. And because I'm melting this in a double boiler, I'm also cutting this a little bit so that it is so that it melts a little easier. It's broken up. Okay, so that's 6 tablespoons. Let me get out my next batch here. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. All right, so I'm going to do 2 double batches. So that's 6 and 6 plus 1, 2 plus a single batch which is going to be that. Okay. Let's, I'm going to go ahead and cut this right now. So we're batching things. We're just doing everything in we're doing everything at once. We're going to do all the butter at once. We're going to do all of the, well, we're going to prep everything as I can. Like I'm going to measure flour one time and portion it out. I'm going to measure, you know, all my ingredients once. So butter is ready. Like I'm cutting butter right now. I don't want to cut butter a second time today. I just want to do all of that now. So that's what we're doing. Okay, and then this one is good to go right there. Hold on, that's a little, there we go. All right, pieces are good. Butter has been cut. This can just go back in. Let's put this in a little dish here. This is going to melt, so I don't mind just leaving it out on the counter here at room temperature because it's going to melt. So there's no need to put it back in the fridge. Okay, let's look at what we need to do first before we melt this in the double boiler, because this is going to take some attention, right? Like I don't want to melt this. I guess I could melt this because this is going to be pretty hot and it's fine to like sit for a little bit. The next part of this after I melt those though is beating together the eggs, sugar, and salt. So let's get out our batches of sugar here. So we have, we're gonna batch eggs. Okay, 3 for that. And then flour is going to be in here. Okay, so eggs. Eggs we're going to get out. Sugar. We need a half cup of sugar for a single batch. So 1 cup of sugar is what we're going for. 1 cup of sugar in a double batch. That is 225 grams. So that's 1. Double batch number 1. This is double, whoop, hold on, too much. Double batch number 2, and then 225 divided by 2 is 112.5. So we're going to do 112. Got it. Okay, so we have sugar for all of our batches right here. Now we can put the sugar away. Like, we're done. We're finished with the sugar. Eggs, sugar, and salt. How much salt? A half a teaspoon salt per single batch. So we need a whole teaspoon of salt. We're going to use kosher salt today. And I'm just going to pour a little bit in here so I can measure that out easier. Sugar and beat together the eggs, sugar, and salt. Okay, so for my double batches, I want a half a teaspoon is 1 batch worth. So I want to do 1 double batch, 2 double batches, 1 single batch. Okay, salt is done. chocolate, sugar, flour, and baking powder get mixed together now. Okay, flour, and then the rest of the salt that I have left over in this little thing, I'm just going to pour into my salt container. I don't love measuring out of my salt container because I usually like put my fingers in that. And for our purposes today, I'm trying to be a little cleaner. I'm going to work a little cleaner than that. Okay, for each batch of this, single batch has 1 cup of flour. So 2 cups of, we need 2 cups of flour is going to be flour and baking powder. I should be able to put 2 cups of flour. This is 2 cups. Like this container itself is a pint container. So this is a 2-cup container. So I should be able to just use that container, and then the baking powder can just sit, can just sit on top. So let's measure out a single cup of flour. We'll double that weight. We're going to measure here by scooping the flour into the cup. We're not packing it in. I'm putting it over the top, mounding it over the top, and scraping it off. That is a single cup of flour. That weighs 147 grams. So if I'm doubling my batch, I need twice that. So 147. So I'm just going to, this is now my single batch of flour. So let's do 147 times 2 equals 294. Okay, so for the other remaining ones here, I need 294 grams of flour per cup. 207. It's going to come pretty much up to the top. 280. 298. Nope. 290. 295. Okay, that's pretty close. I have not added any baking powder to this yet, so keep that in mind. 294 is what I'm going for. $240, 60, 70, 297, nope. 287, nope. 96, nope. 95, close. Good. Okay, we are finished with the flour, and that can go away. That is good to go. My water in my double boiler is almost boiling. Kathy, welcome in. Happy Friday, Junior, to you. Happy Friday, Junior. A half a teaspoon of baking powder per batch. I don't have enough baking powder in here to do all of these batches. So I'm going to open a new can of baking powder. I don't want to use some old baking powder and some new. I'm going to take all of the baking powder, confirm this is baking powder. You want to take a look at that for me? That's baking powder. Yes, it is. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. We're going to do a half a teaspoon in here, in this single batch. And then we'll do 1, 2, 1, 2 in there. Okay. And then I'm going to take this little bit of remaining baking powder from this container and pour it into the new one, because I am an absolute monster with no regard for my ingredients. Sorry, Rumford. My bad. Okay, this can go in the cabinet. This can go on the counter for recycling. And we are just about finished measuring our ingredients. Now, when I get to the point where I'm resting all of this dough, where it's all in the fridge, I'm going to then we're going to chop up the rosemary and zest the oranges, because that is super easy, and that is for toppings. It's not for anything else. So we have all of our ingredients measured out. Bella says, I got some freezer burn chicken pieces. Instead of throwing it out as an experiment, I'm going to throw it in the Instant Pot and see if I can make some chicken soup or broth. Heck yeah. That's the perfect use for chicken breasts. Anything like freezer burn meat like that, just toss it in a broth. Totally. Because you're not going to eat it afterward anyway. It's just like you're getting all the flavor out of it. I mean, if you toss it in broth, it might actually be good. Yeah. Definitely try to experiment. I mean, if it's been in the freezer, it's fine. It's still fine. Like, it's not, you know, you might not want to eat it, but it's not bad. It hasn't gone bad. How long does it take meat to go bad, to become inedible in the freezer? I don't have any idea. Depends how it was packaged, I suppose. Well, I know it depends how it was packaged. Okay, so all of our ingredients are here. We now have our mise ready to go. I should also measure out the chocolate too, because that is the only other thing that I haven't measured out yet. Okay. Alrighty. Vacuum seal stuff and ate it 7 years later. New York strips. Vacuumed and found in the bottom of the freezer, and they were really good. That's what I was saying. I feel like if it's been sealed, it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Like, I have to imagine it's fine. Where's the little John on here to open it? There it is. Fucking liar. It lied to me. Tear here, my ass. All right, what am I looking for? 728 grams. 5, 6. Hold on. 690. 720. 728. Okay, so this is this batch, and then 364. 30, 40, 50, 60, 72, 54, 66. Close enough. We're within a couple grams. Not a problem. The steaks were better from 7 years ago. Well, they were aged, that's for sure. I mean, I don't think that's what people talk about when they talk about aging their steaks, but I feel you. Okay, we have all of our mise en place ready to go. Okay, minus the eggs, which I am going to crack in just a second. The Toll House says, who the hell is John? Wait, hold on. Am I missing some? I'm missing. Ty, hello. I think I'm missing the joke. This is Cyber, welcome in. Happy Thursday. I hope it's a happy Thursday. All right, let's get eggs. How many eggs per... 2, 3, 4. I don't think I can fit 4 eggs in one of these. I know I can fit 4 eggs. Yeah, I could fit 4 eggs in one of these. Friday Eve, that's right. Get hype. I love Thursday. See, like, I don't love Tuesday, but I do like Thursday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 eggs. I need 10. Fuck. All right, that's fine. I got a 10th egg. We got a 10th egg. 10. Okay. So we're doing everything all at once so that I can forget about measuring and just focus on process. That's the goal. Okay. Compost bucket. Wash my hands again here. Well, since we matched the record level colds, that is unfortunate. I think. Is it sticking around, or is it like just a day? I laugh at the name. I always laugh at that when they're like, the polar vortex is coming, and I'm like, oh man. But it sounds so funny because it's like, I don't know. It just sounds like a funny name. It's a very serious thing, but I still can laugh. I still feel like I want to laugh at it. Okay, 1, 2. So each batch has 2 eggs. So I need to put 3, 4. Okay, so this is a double batch. This is what I'm going to do now. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's another double batch. And then 2. Oh God, all month. Oh, 4 months of freezing temps. And now we know why people go to Florida for the winter. It's 1 degree in Duluth. Yikes. That feels bad. Sofa says it's negative. Sofa's like, here, hold my hot chocolate. I got some temperatures for you. You know, hold it if you can through your thick ass mittens. Oh my God. I used to snowboard when I was a little richer. Yeah. Now we shelter in place. I don't think I would, unless I had a place to go. Like if I still don't think I would. I like the cold weather's fine. I don't know. I say that as never having had the opportunity to like go south for the winter. So, you know, I also don't have any like practical experience doing that. So I don't know if I would like it or not. I probably would. And then I'd probably get used to it and then I'd complain about the colds. Robbie, welcome in. Let's come over to the stove here. We're going to hit this double boiler now because we're ready to go. Oh no. Oh no. What had happened? Hold on. We gotta go to the camera here. To the camera. Okay. Let's go here. And then we're going to deactivate and then activate, and you're going to see the stove. Yay! Okay. Nope, wrong one. Here we go. All right. So this is our double boiler on the stove. We're going to put our chocolate. Oh, no, we are not. I was about to literally dump this bowl into the pot. We're not going to do that. We are going to put the bowl into the pot. I was about to dump that in directly in. That would have been really bad. Okay, we're not going to do that. We are going to melt the chips and butter in a heavy bottom pan.
I know what I'm doing. I have no
Cyber,
freaking idea what I'm doing.
I didn't claim that I knew what I was doing. It definitely would have melted faster. It would have been sad. It would have been sad. And the other aspect of that is I have enough ingredients that I would have been okay. I would have been really, really immediately annoyed with myself, though. Okay, this is much nicer and definitely more what I wanted to do. Ice fishing and snowboarding. Nice. Ice fishing sounds fun. Minus the fishing part. Like, I'm not a fisher person. I've only been fishing like I don't fish, but I understand that the fishing is sort of like not the it's only one part of ice fishing, and I feel like the rest of it I would really enjoy. The sitting around in a little hut with like a heater and some snacks, like I'm in. That sounds great. I would do that without fishing. I would just sit out on a lake. Although, to be fair, I feel like that's something that you have to get used to, like, mentally. Because I have been out on a frozen lake, like walking around on a frozen lake before, and it is a really disconcerting experience. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it bothered me. It bothered me a lot to be above what I knew would kill me if the ice broke, and then have like a snowmobile just like ride by me. And I'm like, oh, that seems heavy. Is that bad? Are we going to die right now? Like, I felt nervous the entire time. It genuinely freaked me out. It is more about hanging out with your friends. Yeah, that's what I assumed. I can't imagine it's about the fishing. Fishing isn't even about the fishing. I'll go fishing anytime. I just don't want to do the actual fishing part. I'll leave that to someone else. Okay. Well, this is coming along. Spearfishing? Damn. Woo! Basically on Survivor. Do you like my Survivor sound? That was my Survivor noise. I'm not caught up on Survivor. Please don't spoil it for me. I'm like several episodes behind. Dark house fishing. What is dark house fishing? Please explain. See, like, I would go hunting too, except I don't want to shoot anything. I just want to go. I'd go hunting with like a camera. That would be fun. It's like the conservation mantra, like, take only pictures, leave only footprints. Woo! Can't say I've watched it on the regular. I watch it. I'm still a Survivor fan. I haven't watched it much this season. I'm just like, I'm going to catch up. Like, I'm going to be caught up at some point. I also want to watch Amazing Race from this season because it's all Big Brother contestants. But I haven't watched a single episode of that. Kathy, I have not. No, it's not true. I watched the first episode, and I really want to catch up on it. I just haven't. I haven't, like, gotten to it. Gwen says, am I making Survivor noises? I am. We were talking about ice fishing, Gwen, and I said it was like Survivor. And I was saying how I'm not up on Survivor this year yet. The house is lit up by the sun reflecting on the ice and into the house. Interesting. does that make it so that the fish like come closer to the surface? Is that sort of the point of that? Okay. I feel like this is melted. And I don't think it's going to get... I don't think it's going to get any more melted than this. Like, it... I don't want it to be, like, liquid. Gotcha. Okay, so you're trying not to scare the fish. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. I'm wondering if this is melted enough. It's like solid, but it's not. I don't know. God, it is hard to find the time. Like it is kind of genuinely difficult to be like, all right. And if you get behind and you don't, because like it's also a show where if I wasn't watching it, like if it wasn't the show that Gwen and I watched together, I would probably be caught up on it. But it's also one of those things where, like, you know, last night I was like, hey, do you want to watch Survivor? And she was like, no. So we didn't. But I didn't watch it because it's fun watching it. If you watch shows with somebody, it's fun to watch it with that person. And I don't remember this shit afterwards, so it's not like I'm going to be like, hey, what about that thing that happened on Survivor? Like, I'm probably not even going to remember what happened on Survivor. I want to watch Amazing Race. I'm definitely interested in doing that. Is this melting? Okay. I think that this is ready and fine. Like, I don't think I'm going to melt. I don't think this is going to melt. Ah, that's hot. I don't think this is going to melt further than what I've got going on here. So we'll mix this in. This will all mix in with the liquid nicely, and then when we chill it, it'll be good. Okay, come on back over here. We're going to start with our mixing portion of the recipe. Again, we're melting a double batch. The closest thing to reality TV is Jersey Shore. Hey, cabs are here. Love the Jersey Shore. Loved Jersey Shore. I didn't watch it with enthusiasm, but I just... Time and a place. And yes, I was making Survivor sounds. I hope you enjoyed them. Beat together the egg, sugar, and salt until pale yellow and slightly thickened. Okay, so eggs, again, double batch. Eggs are going in. Sugar and salt is going in. Thickened and pale yellow in color. Turn that on. Let that mix up. GTL. So let's say this. Oh, Utah license plate in the Walmart lot yesterday. Was it like a car or a rental? Or could you discern? Pale yellow, it says. So I want it to be paler than what we've got here. Definitely someone's car. Utah is weird. I feel like, just a blanket statement. I feel like I see Utah plates more than I feel like I should. I feel like I see them more than I expect to. An old Vita. Nice. All right, that looks pale yellow and slightly thickened. That was about 45 minutes, maybe 45 seconds, not 45 minutes. 45 minutes would be too much. Yes, that is pale yellow, and it is thickened. Combine the chocolate mixture with the sugar and the egg mixture. Okay. Let's get our chocolate mixture off of the stove. Whoa. Okay. That just plorped on out of there. And I'm not gonna clean this bowl between batches because it's the same exact thing going in here. But I am gonna scrape as much as I can out of here. Okay. Hold on, stay there. It's so hot. No. Don't touch that. Yeah, this smells good, I'll tell you. That melted chocolate is like instantly fragrant. Where do we add the vanilla here? It doesn't say. It literally doesn't say where to add the vanilla, so I'm going to add it now. I'm like, what ingredient do I have left on the counter that I didn't measure out? It's the vanilla. 2 teaspoons. So we're going to put vanilla in here and do, it says 1, 2 per batch, 2. So that would be 3 and 4. Jane, hello. Jane, congrats. That's a Cookie Club entry. What was that, Gwen? Yeah, anytime we have a multiple of 20 check-ins now, it writes it to Discord and makes a little balloon celebration sound because it's a Cookie Club entry. Whisk and some elbow grease, add flour. Okay, combine the chocolate mixture with the sugar and egg. Got it. Okay, chocolate, sugar, and egg mixing together. Now, we're going to combine these thoroughly. We're going to combine these until smooth, I think, is the note here that I'm leaving to myself in my head. All right. Wow. That looks beautiful. Okay. Great. Let's get let me get a different spatula here. And different spatula. Clean this attachment off. Scrape the bowl sides. Make sure there's no unincorporated mixture on the bottom. And then we're going to get to the flour. We'll mix the flour in. We'll put this in a different bowl. Then we'll clean this bowl and make another batch. So this, what I have here, Ray, welcome in. Happy Thursday. This, what I have here, is a double batch. And I was very correct that this would all fit into one bowl. Anything that has less, that has like any recipe that has 1 cup, one half cup or less of flour in it, of like dry material, I can almost always make a double batch in this bowl. Anything more than that, I'm probably going to want to do single batches at a time. Okay, so in a large bowl, beat together the eggs, sugar, and salt until pale yellow. Combine the chocolate mixture with the sugar and egg mixture. Add the flour and baking powder until just incorporated. Flour and baking powder pre-measured in this container. We're going to add this. I'm going to add a little bit. Add like half of that, a little more than half of that. I'm going to give this like a couple of pulse mixes so it doesn't pop up. pause, add the rest. And then we're going to mix, hit this with a spatula. And then I'm gonna put this into a larger. We're gonna put all of this into the bigger bowl. So we're basically gonna combine all of our dough, all of the dough. See, 598 grams. Told you. Told you. Nah, I was right. We're gonna put all of the dough in here because I'm making exact same batches, so it's all just going to go in here. It'll be fine. But here's what I want to do after I measure this batch into the bowl. It says that it makes 16 cookies per batch. So what I want to do is dump all of this into the bowl, and then we're going to weigh it so that I have a good understanding of like what weight. We're going to weigh it and then divide that number by 32 because 32 is 16 times 2, right? Yes. Jane asks, have I made this particular cookie before? I have not. This was a recipe that was posted in, in the cookie chat channel in Discord. There's a link to that in chat. And it looked good. So we'll start with that. It looked good. The other thing is that it comes from the base recipe for this came from a chocolate company. So it's not just a like homemade, hey, I made up a cookie, here it is. Nobody's ever tested it version. The one that I'm making came from someone's like personal blog, but I think it's fine because it came from somewhere else and they linked to it and it looks roughly the same. 598 grams. Beautiful. Okay, so this is good to go. I'm going to drop this out into the bigger bowl. And it says that it should rest in the refrigerator for about 30 minutes, which will be enough time that I can make another batch of this. So this is super... Jesus, take the wheel. I should be able to make another batch of this. This dough is hashtag thick. Okay, so we have... Did I tear my scale? I forgot. Hold on. I did. Okay. Okay, so 15... Calculator. This is 1,525 grams. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. 1,525 divided by 32 is 47 grams per cookie. That's a lot. That is a lot. Mostly when we do cookies for stream, they come in at around 25 to 35 grams. So 47 grams feels like a lot, and it might end up being a lot, but we'll see. It was actually 47.6, but whatever. We're not dealing with the 0.6. It's going to be, if anything, it's going to be 45, because there's no way I'm making 46 gram cookies, because that would be because my brain says no. My brain would reject that number outright. Okay, but I wrote it down. That way I won't forget it. We're going to put this, it says chill for 15 to 30 minutes. So yeah, this is not liquid. You could spread this thin on a sheet pan and just bake it like that. I bet you. I bet. Oh, surprise, y'all! I haven't. Surprise! There's an enormous bowl of or an enormous pot of stock in my refrigerator because I haven't packaged it because I didn't get to packaging it. Okay, I will, but not right now. I'm gonna wash my mixer here, or my mixing bowl rather, because we're hitting reset on the mixing bowl, and the spatula, and the paddle attachment. So bear with me for a moment. Once I'm done this, we're gonna do another double batch. So we're batch making everything today because because it is easier, because it's way easier. You measure all the ingredients at once, you prep all the dough at once, you roll all the cookies. Now I'm not doing that. I am going to roll a few and we'll bake, and then if those are good size, good consistency, etc., then I'll move forward with the baking. So we're gonna pause after getting our first batch into the oven. While that batch is in the oven, I'm going to chop my rosemary and zest my orange, and then we'll sort of recalibrate from there as we need to. Okay, so bowl is good, and we are ready for our next. We're ready for our next batch. So we're doing 2 double batches and then a single batch. 5 total batches worth of dough here today. But this is a relatively straightforward one. There's not a lot of resting here. There's not a lot of complication with this recipe, so it's very it seems pretty easy. Seems pretty easy to do. Large volume. And if I had a larger mixer, I would just do all of it at once, and that would be fun. But I don't, so we're not. We are going to melt the next round of chocolate and butter. I wonder if I should melt the chocolate and butter with the vanilla. Like, I'm wondering if I should put that into the double boiler, because it was very liquidy, or it was very solid before, and I don't know if it I don't know if it melted enough. I don't know if that's the right thing or not, but who knows. And welcome in. Cyber, I it's raw cookie dough. I would, if I started, I would probably be unable to stop. That is my camera. My camera keeps freezing. This one specifically is having an issue today. So deactivate, activate, should be empty. There we go. Okay, let's try this again. I'm going to put my bowl, my chocolate, and my butter into my double boiler. Jane says, I think the heating of the vanilla too much evaporates the alcohol and affects the flavor. I don't know for sure. I had the same question when I was watching a video and saw them add the extract later. Well, the interesting thing about this recipe is they don't tell you when to add the extract. It's not even in the recipe. So, it's in the recipe, it's in the ingredients list, but it doesn't say when to add it. So I'm sort of guessing. Like I said, the original recipe was on a like an actual chocolate website, Guitard Chocolates. This one has been adapted. I think, if I recall correctly, the only adaptation they made was adding the toppings to it, which is like, whatever. It is what it is. Did anyone ask in the comments? Kathy, I have no idea. I don't think so. I'm guessing not. Maybe. There was a lot of comments, and they were all like, these are good. These are really good. And so I don't know. It seems weird. It seems weird that no one asked. At least not to my recollection. All right, I'm letting this sit a little bit more than I did last time. I'm just going to kind of like let it melt. Reason number one is because I'm going to dig in the refrigerator and get myself a water because I'm thirsty. And we're going to let that melt for a second without touching it. Because it is melting. And I feel like I should have used a glass bowl here. Or something that retains heat more. I'm curious if this is supposed to melt further than what I melted it to. Like if it's supposed to end up being more liquidy. Like, because it wasn't very liquidy. It was pretty solid. But I'm not sure if that's how it was supposed to be. The one issue that I take with blogger type recipes is that they don't give you enough notes. Like there's not enough context. Like this should look like this, feel like this, and smell like this. Should be like present in every single step. Like it's not overkill. It really isn't overkill. People don't know what they're doing. Which is fine. There's nobody's a professional, you know. All right. So this is melting. I can see it melting. These are also not these aren't like melting chocolates. They're just like semi-sweet chips. So they do probably melt a little differently than if you got chocolate that was specifically for melting. And I'm wondering if I let these melt on their own without like a whole bunch of stirring, if it will end up being very liquidy. Because usually when I've melted chocolate before, it's like pretty liquidy, right? They recommended margarine and not butter, but didn't explain why. Actually, I don't know. I'm wondering if margarine has, I mean, I know that they have like a different fat content and a different hydration content. They have like different amounts of, different amounts of fat and essentially water in them. Like I know when you're making brown butter, for example, you're basically cooking out all of the water from the butter. But damn it. But I don't know why. I don't know if that's the reason. Like, I don't know if that is the reason why you would do it in a baking situation. That number is far too low for the actual number of times I've said that word. But I'm thankful that not every time I say the word water, someone puts that command in chat. Feel free though. I mean, if it pleases you, if it didn't, I created the command. I don't want to tell you how to use it. Okay. Yeah, I'm letting this melt more on its own instead of stirring it a bunch. Because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it was too solid. I feel like that dough might have been too solid. And if this melts more, low heat and a careful eye, it says. Thanks. What does a careful eye mean within the context of this? Like, when I say that I want notes, like, I don't want it to say use a careful eye. What I want it to say is it should be the consistency of hot chocolate, or it should be the consistency of, I don't know, something thicker. Like, if you're using mini morsels, your chocolate will be a thick paste versus your chocolate should be, you know, slightly thicker than heavy cream. Like that's the type of note that I want here. Like, that's the thing that I'm finding lacking. The notes about what I should be looking for. So I'm letting this melt. Like I said, I'm letting this melt more on its own this time. Because last time I just stirred this pretty consistently. So I don't think it will make a difference in the end, really. Because it's going in the refrigerator again to like cool and solidify. So, you know, it's not like I'm putting it directly into something from here and then like back into the oven. Like, it is cooling down again. But we'll see. We'll see what the consistency of the dough is if I let it melt on its own a little bit like this, as opposed to moving it around a lot. I'm really struggling right now because I want to stir this a bunch, and like, I'm trying not to do that. I'm trying to just turn it over lightly. Yeah, getting there though. It is definitely melting, and the consistency is certainly a little bit different than the first batch. I think the next batch that I make, which is going to be a single batch, is going to be very telling, because I also have more in here than I think is expected. And so obviously it's taking a little longer to melt, and it is not, the whole thing is not as close to the heat. It's deep. It is deep. Okay. As long as it's not boiling, that's, you know, that is the, I don't want it to boil. Yeah, this is definitely a little glossier. And when I let it melt slowly, I'm wondering how much that's going to affect the final flavor. Who knows? We'll compare what they look like. We'll compare what the doughs look like when they're fully combined. All right, I think this is just about ready here. Yeah, and this is certainly more liquidy than the first batch. Like, the first batch was thick and sort of like a paste because I stirred it the whole time. This is still not super liquidy. I mean, you can see it's like, you know, stiff. We're in stiff peak territory. Another good comparison that the person who wrote the recipe didn't make. Okay, I'm going to turn the heat off here, and we're going to come back to our countertop and do our eggs and sugars now. So again, batch, double batch. We got 4 eggs, sugars. Beat those until they are lighter, slightly lighter, and a little thickened. Paler and slightly thickened, I think was the note. We're getting there. We're batching everything. I'm going to add the vanilla in. This is where I added the vanilla in last time. So I'm going to add 4 teaspoons of vanilla. I'm just going to add it while this is mixing here. Sorry, might forget otherwise. Right, this is almost there. And my oven is hot. Like, I've preheated the oven, so we're good. When we are ready to bake, we'll be ready to hit the thing running. I should put one of my sheet pans in the oven for a few minutes before putting cookies on it, because usually the first batch, when it goes into the oven on a cold sheet pan, it comes out a little differently. So I kind of want to do preheat. I want to preheat the sheet pan and the silicone pastry mat too. Okay, that is paler yellow and a little bit thickened. So we're going to add the chocolate in here now. All right. I'm going to hold this just a little bit. Let the condensation drip off the bottom. Okay. So, check. Combine the chocolate mixture with the sugar and egg. Okay. That is where we're at. Now, this doesn't seem much thinner than the last one. Now that when I'm adding it in here, it's a little bit more melty and glossy, but it's not that much different. So I think we're going to end up with batches that are relatively the same here. When I was in Reading Terminal Market, what day of the week was I in Reading Terminal? I was in there on Tuesday this week, and I stopped, or I didn't stop in, but I walked by one of the stands there, Flying Monkey Patisserie, which is a bakery. And I was just jealous because they have a mixing, like a stand mixer, but it's like a floor mixer. And they have, you can just fit so much into it. It's like you could like it's an industrial mixer and you really can fit like a ton in there. And I was like, damn, how many cookies could I make in this? How many cookies could I make in this thing? It was great. It would be fun to have one of those, honestly. Okay, I'm gonna stir this in. We already added the vanilla, so I don't need to add that here. I'm going to stir this until it is combined and no lumps. And we're going to add the flour. A little bit at a time. Okay. Nope. Keep it on stir, so no puffing. I'm going to scrape this down in just a moment here. And last portion. All right. Oh yeah, this dough is still just thick. Like, this doesn't really look any different than the first batch. Okay, let's get this up though. I'm gonna kind of knock the beater off. Scrape that. Then we're going to scrape the bowl, and then we'll mix again to just make sure everything is incorporated. This Sunday, I don't usually stream on the weekends, but this Sunday we have a special stream coming up. We're going to be at the first ever Philly Cookie Fest. It is down in South Philly. It's starts at 10 a.m. Eastern, maybe. We're probably gonna roll in there around 11 a.m. Eastern. It is a bunch of different like cookie vendors and like bakeries from throughout the city. They're all sort of selling cookies. They're giving things away. There's a cookie eating contest, which I am not entering, but hopefully we'll be witnessing. The goal is to witness that. I'm not trying to fucking, absolutely not. There is a cookie decorating contest, which I have entered, and it is it's not like you do it on your own time and then people kind of come by and judge your cookie. So that should be super fun. There's music, and it'll be a nice little afternoon, hopefully. Look at how well that short is doing. I know, right? Liz, can you even imagine? It would have been so much better if I'd had sound for the first one. Liz, I want to tell you how much I appreciate you, because that is because you mentioned it. I posted a short on Instagram and Google and TikTok yesterday, and then walked away. I hit post and I was like, see you later. I came back to it later and I was like, wow, that did pretty well. And I like looked at the analytics and I was like, man, no one is watching this though. Like 1% of the people that clicked on this in Google actually watched the whole thing. That's weird. That's not normal. And I was like, I wonder why. And I couldn't figure it out. And Liz in Discord was like, hey, was your thing that you posted supposed to have no sound? And I'd exported it with no sound. Anyway, there's a link to YouTube in chat if you want to go watch. If you want to go watch it with sound, I re-uploaded it. It is the highest viewed one. All it takes is making fun of Italian grandmas. Who knew? But I'm learning CapCut, and I'm learning that when you export things, you can't have them on mute because it won't export the volume. I thought it was just on mute in the app, and when you export, it would just export the sound because like the video has sound. Who knew? Anyway, now I also know that when it exports correctly, there are 4 files that export. So I know what to look for now. I know that if the sound file isn't there, then it doesn't have any sound. I also know that I should watch it before I post it. Watch the thing I'm going to upload. But my browser is on mute, so I don't. I didn't. It was the equivalent of like turning the test in without realizing that there was another page. That's how I looked at it. Okay, we have batch number 2 or 4, if you're being specific about how many total batches we're doing. Batch number 4, batch numbers 3 and 4 is going in our big bowl. Let's do this again. We're gonna put this on here. We're going to tear our scale and take it off the scale to put the dough in because we're learning. And this batch is just as thick and chunky as the first one. So I don't think that the melting one way versus the other really made any meaningful difference here because this thing is still not wanting to come out of the bowl. Whoa, come on. There we go. Okay. Great. That looks... What am I even doing with this bowl? That was very acrobatic. Did you see that? That was like... Man. Deft. All right. So, what's our weight here? 1,521. 15, 20, 22 divided by 32 is 47.5. Okay, so we are 0.1 grams difference in weight between batch number 1 and batch number 2. That's good. That's really good. That means that like things were consistent from one to the other. So what we're going to do now is put that in the refrigerator. We're going to wash our mixing bowl and we're going to move to the last batch. So this is 4 total batches worth of dough. We're going to make 1 batch more. I did 2 double batches, which are in here now, and then we're going to do 1 single batch. And then we're going to start making the cookies. So this is things are moving along. Once I'm between, once I finish that last batch, we're going to take a quick break. Just to take a quick break. Then we'll be ready to go again. Okay, but let's let me wash my bowl out here. Bowl, beater, spatula, good to go. We're almost there. This is a for how easily those batches came together. This is a pretty good recipe. I hope it tastes good when it comes out of the oven. That's really the only thing that matters is that it tastes good. it being easy is a nice to have. It tasting good is a must have. Anyway, Liz, I know you're lurking. Enjoy your day. I hope you're having a good one. I know Thursday is the day that in the corporate world, a lot of people kind of come out of the woodwork and need shit done. So I hope you're hanging in there. Anybody else who's mired down in the corporate world in this period between the two big American holidays, I hope you're hanging in there. If you work in retail and you're listening to this right now, you're probably on your day off. Because if you're in retail and you're listening to the stream, it's a mercifully slow day. Hi, I am here. I was just doing some dishes at the sink real quick because we're on to our last batch. This is now we're getting there. We have one batch to go, and then we're going to start baking. Okay, we have one final batch here. This is going to be a single batch. A single batch. So no, should be a little easier to melt here in this bowl, but we'll try. We'll see. Hold on. I'm going to rinse this bowl out because it's got chocolate on the side of it now, like around the edge, and I don't want that. I want it to look nicer, and I also don't want like the older chocolate crudding up the thing. So let's wash this, and we will we'll melt that third batch here in just a moment. Let me turn my stove back on. And I wonder if this camera is going to freeze up on me again. This camera turning on and off is concerning, because when that happens, it usually means something is messed up on the hard drive, or not on the hard drive. It usually means something is wrong with the computer. I'm going to check the connections here. It also might mean that it's getting hot because it's literally over top of the stove. So there's also the potential that it is just overheated, which is very real. A very real possibility. Okay, so bowl is on the stove. Will the camera work? What are the odds that this camera works? I think that it will. If I click it and there's a bowl with no chocolate, hey, it works. Look at that. Yeah. Okay, last batch chocolate. Got chocolate and butter. Give this a little spread out here. And we're gonna start melting basically immediately. All right, so we're gonna let this sit slow, just like the last one I did, because this is because it was easier to do that rather than kind of stirring and stirring and stirring to get to the same end result. So we're gonna make it easy. We're gonna do the easier thing. And all right, what else do I have? I want to put a sheet pan. Let's put a sheet pan in the oven in just a minute here. While I'm waiting for this chocolate to to start to melt, I'm going to get my sheet pans and start getting those ready. So I'm going to use the silicone pastry mats for these cookies because I like them, and I feel like for chocolatey stuff, I feel like I was kind of considering that these cookies might not. They're not the type that like are going to spread super far because I feel like they're very, I don't know, they're like, they feel super thick. So I don't know if they're going to spread, how much they're going to spread. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, this is melting quicker than the previous batches because it's because there's less in here. Frankly, there's more. It's the whole thing is just touching the sides, so this should melt relatively quick. It's not boiling underneath yet though, so we'll see. Time check, 14:10. All right, so we've been live for about 2 hours now. That's good. I mentioned earlier I want to, no, sorry, 14:10. Yeah, 14:10. 2:10 p.m. I would like to try. My goal today is to be finished by around 5 p.m. Eastern. 6 p.m. would be fine. 8 p.m. like yesterday would be, or Tuesday would be bad. That would be really bad. We don't want to do that. But we should be okay. I'm tracking well with time here. We're doing great. We're doing great so far, I think. I hope. All right. Chocolate looks great. You can see it. It's melting, very slowly melting. This is like a very good visual, like ASMR, noticing the differences in the chocolate. Very satisfying, honestly. I think. Oh no, Walmart's having cooler issues. All their dairies, all of the dairies no good. That seems bad. That seems bad. I mean, for them, for sure, but that sucks. Damn. There was one time I was in Wegmans and they lost power and like all of the lights in the whole store went out. And it was like pitch black in the back of the Wegmans. It was kind of terrifying. That sucks that it affects your work. There should be some like, it sucks that it affects your stats. There should be some appeal process to that, but like I don't think that capitalism allows for that. So I'm sorry. If it's any consolation, people who have perfect stats, I'm like, what's going on here? I always 100% of the time rate my Instacart order with like 5s, like literally no matter what, unless there was something egregiously wrong with it. And like, but I can't think of something, and the only time there's ever been things wrong with my order, it wasn't like the person's necessarily the person's fault. My grievances with Instacart are around their routing system. Cardis says I usually melt my chocolate in the microwave. You could do that. That would work too. It would certainly work. This is not a quick process. It's quick enough, I suppose. Yeah, the chocolate is melting. This is just about there, so I'm gonna come back over to the counter and we'll put the eggs and sugar and mix those together now. Okay, I'm just gonna let this sit like that for a moment. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and turn my stove off. Turn that off. The shopper has a rating of 4.7. 4.7? Damn, dude, that's like a 9.4 if you doubled it. Yeah. That's wild. That's 4.7 seems like a normal rate. Like if that's insane because like if you looked at I contrast that with like Yelp, for example, or like one of those review sites. If you had a place that you were going out to eat and they had a 4.7 rating, that'd be great. That means that they're like some people had issues with it, which like is normal because you can't please everyone all the time. 4.7 to me is like fine. Below like 3 or below for a restaurant, I'm reading the reviews to see what the issue is. Doesn't mean I'm not going to go there. Let's add the vanilla. 2 teaspoons of vanilla. 1, 2. Yeah, that seems really harsh. I didn't know that. Well, I'm glad I never rate anything below 5 then. It's like, yeah, I literally don't rate anything below 5. If I have an issue, I won't rate at all. I think that's rare though. Okay. This is ready to go. Oh man. I'm one of the good ones. That's funny. I have a I used to do Yelp. I don't know if you're familiar with like the Yelp stuff, but Yelp has like Yelp Elite. And it's one of those things where like you review a ton and you add pictures. Like basically if you're like a prolific review writer on Yelp, they give you rewards. They like you can be like part of their special club and get invited to like monthly parties and you get like free swag, blah blah blah. Anyway, I was a Yelp Elite for a few years and enjoyed it. And I always like just rated like pretty highly. And if I didn't have anything that I nice like to write about a place, I just didn't write anything. Like it's not, and I had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of reviews on there all around. Like everywhere I went, I used to fucking review because it was fun. It was how I met a lot of my friends actually. None of my current friends are from Yelp still, but there was a period in life where that was like my entire friend group, minus a few. But I think, yeah, if you don't have anything bad, like if you have something shitty to say, like just don't. I feel like I would enjoy shopping for Instacart. I've said this before. I would enjoy being like a personal shopper, like a grocery store type shopper. I'm pretty sure that is true. I'd probably get mad at people for like for like things, but I feel like in general, the like my my ability to like make decisions around groceries, I feel like would be a value add. I don't know how I've never looked into it, but it seems fascinating. There's a bunch of pictures of me. All the Instacart orders. When you take the picture at the end to like prove that you put the stuff on the steps, there's like several pictures of my Instacart orders that have me in them, like in my fucking gym shorts and Crocs, like looking awkward, waiting to take my groceries in. I'm like, hey, I know you have to wait. I know you have to take a picture. I'm just waiting. Like, I'm really here. All right. Last batch. What I'm going to do next is we're going to take a quick little break here. We're going to run a 3-minute ad, I think, just so that we can clear out the pre-rolls for the next hour. Then we're going to make cookies. Like, we're literally going to just start batch making some cookies. I'm going to give this one more spin in the mixer. I'm just checking to make sure that there's no flour underneath of here. There is not. Okay. So good. Last little go round. And then we'll pop this into the big bowl. We're going to weigh it again just to make sure that we're still on track with the same weight as before for cookie balls. Now I have to remember to divide this one by 16 and not 32. So if I divide it by 32 and it comes out to like 23.6 grams per ball, I'm going to panic for just a moment before I remember why. But we'll make sure that doesn't happen. Okay. Let's get my dough bowl out of here. Holy shit, this is so heavy. This is so heavy. Okay. Are we at 0? We're at 0. Okay. Alrighty. So this is the last bit coming out. This is like getting pizza dough out of here. It's like, it's not, there's no yeast in here, but it's like, it's sort of that same like really, really viscous, like slow moving dough. Alrighty. Last batch in the bowl. 5 total batches of cookie dough in this bowl. This is a heavy bowl right now. All right, so let's see. That is 759 grams. 759 divided by 16, 47.4. All right, so 47 grams is our across the board number. So if I make each cookie 47 grams, we are going to be able to get 16 times 5 is 80. We ought to get 80 cookies out of this bowl if all of them are 47 grams. What we're going to do first, I'm going to toss a sheet pan in the oven. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to, I'm going to actually, yeah, I'll toss both sheet pans in the oven. Then we're going to measure out, let's actually, hold on. Let's do this. I'm putting the mixer back in the cabinet. So I'm putting stuff away. So I like putting stuff away beforehand. All right. Put this in the fridge. That's what I want. That's what I'm going to do right now. That goes in the fridge. All right. Next. Oven is on. Oven's at temp. 375. I'm going to put my sheet pans in here. I'm going to let those preheat so I can measure cookies onto a warm sheet pan. We're going to take a quick 3-minute break here. I'm going to run an ad. I'm going to clear up the stuff in my sink, and then we're going to come back and make cookies, make our first round of cookies, and see what we can get to here. Because I think my suspicion is that we're gonna end up not wanting 47-gram cookie balls. Now, are you gonna want 47-gram cookie balls? Probably. Is 47 grams gonna be big? I don't really know. This is a dense dough, so we're gonna try it. We're gonna try one at 47. We're gonna try one at 30, 30 as well, just to see if 30 is a better number. We're gonna see how big 30 is. Maybe we'll do 35, actually. Because if 35 is too big, then I'll know that I can just back off to 30. And if it's too small, then we'll go up to 40. Okay. Counter is sanitized. Ready for next use. Why is this door not closing? Glove stuck in it. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. Here we go. Tardis says, I stumbled across your stream on YouTube while I was scrolling shorts. Amazing. Amazing. Were you on the vertical stream? Because the vertical is streaming directly to YouTube. I have a vertical stream and a horizontal stream going to YouTube. We have horizontal only going to Twitch. But that is on my radar. I want to make updates to the vertical stream. I want to add some things to it, I want to customize it a little bit because a little bit farther than it is because because Twitch is going to be at some point going to consume a vertical and a horizontal feed, and I want to be ready for that. I'm already doing vertical to YouTube, but it's not like there's no graphic up here. Like on the vertical stream, the title should probably be like up here somewhere. Yeah, I want to put like a border on it. Like I want to make it look a little more like the horizontal one. Bella says, I have this weird app that translates local police radio traffic to text. How does an 89-year-old man fall into a bathtub at a restaurant? What restaurant has a bathtub? What restaurant is letting an 89-year-old man take a bath in their restaurant? Not a better question, but an additional question. I have further questions than that. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. So a couple housekeeping notes. If you are hanging out and lurking, I appreciate you. Thank you. For folks that are lurking and not following, or anyone who's listening to me and hearing me chat and has been having a neutral to good time doing that, follows are silent. If you hit the follow button, there are no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. I'm not going to say hi to you. It's just completely literally you hit the follow button and nothing at all happens on stream. No acknowledgement, zero acknowledgement. So if you are currently lurking, we love lurkers here. We appreciate lurkers. We stan lurkers, and are just like a little housekeeping note. Follows are silent. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to run a 3-minute ad. If you don't want ads, hit the subscribe button. The subscribers to the channel don't receive any ads, so so that's cool. We like that. We like not having ads, and we like subscribers, so maybe do those things. And we're gonna run a Game Awards on stream in addition to that. So I'm gonna take a little break myself. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm gonna clean up the sink a little bit, and then we're going to come back and measure out some of these cookies. So here comes a 3-minute game, or here comes 3 minutes worth of ads. That will allow us to not have any pre-rolls during the next hour. And hold on, we gotta refresh that screen. There we go. That's better. Is it better? Maybe. All right, here comes the game of Words on Stream. Words on Stream is a great time to get your first time chat out of the way. Also, if you are lurking. And we're going to do 3 minutes worth of ads. Those are coming now. I'm going to use the bathroom. We'll be right back, and we're going to make our cookies. Okay, bye.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Microphone is off. Okay. Nope, it's on now. Okay, back. Do one. Got time for one more there. All right. Let's do the dishes, or get the dishes going here. Not doing the dishes right now. I'm just getting the dishwasher settled. Hey, if you're on Twitch, thank you for hanging out and dealing with the ads. I know they're not everyone's favorite. I don't like them either. I do like them because I get a little money out of them, to be honest. But like, they're annoying. And I'm more consistently not running them during stream times. Unless I'm explicitly taking a natural break in the stream, like we just did. So, trying to balance my not liking them with the wanting to not have pre-rolls. So, we're getting there. Anyway, thanks for your patience. We're finishing a game of Words on Stream. We'll be back in just a moment. I am quite literally just doing some dish management here. We've got everything into the dishwasher that's going in the dishwasher. And now the dish pan is loaded. And we are ready to go. Okay. Here we go. We're back. Nice, nice, y'all. Words can be annoying sometimes. Sever, good guesses. Good guesses. Amy G, hello. Welcome in. Okay. We are. Where are we here? Hold on. We're here. We're here. I'm here. We got it. All right. Let's get moving on these. We're gonna read our directions here. Scoop 2-inch mounds onto the cookie tray, leaving 2 inches between each cookie. Bake for 10 minutes and then add a sprinkling of sea salt, finely chopped rosemary, and orange zest to your liking. You know what? I need to prep this orange zest and I need to prep the orange zest and the rosemary before we get to the actual baking here, because once I start rolling cookies, I'm gonna want to just roll cookies. Like, I'm not gonna want to stop and zest oranges. I'm just not. So let's do that first. So we have 5 recipes. Each recipe calls for the zest of 1 orange. So I'm going to zest these 5 oranges here. Once these are zested, what am I going to do with these? I'm not going to cut these up right now, but these I'm going to cut up. I'll cut these up tonight. I'm probably going to eat all of these tonight, honestly, as a snack after dinner. Because I'm not doing anything with the juice in them, but once you zest them, their shelf life is pretty limited. So we're gonna zest these and I'll eat them later, because I do love me an orange snack. But yeah, the rosemary. Oh, oof. Oh, man, that was some acidic orange that just came right through there. It got me right in the eye. Once I start, well, I guess my point with doing this while I'm baking the first batch was I don't really know how much. I can't start rolling with enthusiasm until I've baked 1 tray worth of cookies, because then I'll know what size to make them, up to 47 grams. And I don't know that yet. So I also don't know how long it's going to take me to zest and cut rosemary, probably more than 10 minutes, which is the time between putting the cookies in the oven and the time that it says that I need to put the rosemary and salt on the top. So I'm going to just do the zesting and the rosemary cutting now. I'm adjusting my workflow and doing all of the prep at once, as noted earlier. Okay, that was 3. This is these oranges are really pretty. I got these from Iovine Brothers in Reading Terminal. They most likely got them from the Philadelphia wholesale produce market, and they were perfect on Tuesday. Or I thought they were perfect on Tuesday, but they feel even better now. The notoriously bad driver that lives by my house is unstuck. Had have been turning into the back alleyway too fast to even end up on the sideway. Even end up sideways between snowbanks. Oh my God. I'd like to think they've learned a lesson. No. They're not learning a lesson so far. If you're using the term notoriously bad, that means that lessons have been missed in the past. You don't get to be notorious at something for learning. That's for sure. Oh my God. The fact that you have snowbanks behind your house is wild. Okay, that is five lemons worth of zest. Nope, those are oranges, not lemons. Okay, we have our oranges ready to go. We're not ready, but there they are. Oranges are good. So I'm considering tossing the orange zest and rosemary together in the same bowl. That way I can just do like a little scoop. I don't have to do like 1, 2, 3. I think I might do that. Where is my rosemary? Aha. At a moment of panic, I looked at my herb box and it wasn't there. Because I didn't put it in the herb box. That's why. Okay. And then the sea salt is just, I don't need to prep that. I just need to get it out. It is out, but I need to take it out of the package. Okay. So finely chopped rosemary. We're gonna I think I am gonna combine these two things because the zest is sort of clumpy, and I know that when I mix zest with other things, especially drier things like chunks of rosemary, it's going to be a little bit easier to manipulate. So let's do that. Just getting all my rosemary together. Yeah, this is already making a better decision doing this independently of the cookies being in the oven already. Because if they were in the oven, I'd be like obsessed about watching them and looking at them. I will be obsessed about them in just a few moments here. Because this doesn't take that long, but it's still something I prefer doing in one singular focused moment. Okay. Rosemary really is just like little pine needles, and they're funny. These particularly are like thick and woody. And I'm adjusting how I take them off the stem for the second go round, because the first time they did not come off very nicely, and it was difficult. Total non sequitur, but I need to sharpen my knives again sometime soon. That is a need now. They are getting somewhat dull. The utility knives specifically, the shorter ones, the 5-inch ones, are definitely noticeably dull. Okay. So I think, I don't know how much rosemary I'm going to end up putting on each cookie. I did zest all of my oranges, so I need to be mindful of spacing this out a little bit. I think just like a teeny tiny little pinch sprinkled from pretty high up on top of each cookie, like a very small little bit, is the move. These are, it's not a ton of orange zest. I mean, it is a lot. It is actually a lot of zest, like when you consider how sort of pungent it actually is. All right, let's take a fork and we're gonna mix these together and see what my ratio is here. I kind of want like a 1-to-1 ratio. All right, I still need a little bit more rosemary in there. This is still mostly zest. Okay. Let's get maybe another sprig worth here. Another sprig of rosemary. Man. I was out yesterday for a little bit in the city. I had some errands to run, and it was incredible out there. Just like the number of people that were out. Especially, I was down in Center City doing some shopping, and I went through Walnut Street, which if you're not from Philly, you're like, who cares? Walnut Street is just a big sort of like retail store shopping corridor, and it was packed. It's very interesting. I'm curious. It felt packed, but I'm curious if more people are shopping this year. I know like budgets are tight, and I feel like gifting is something that, is sort of very typical of this time of year. Obviously, like it's the holidays, it's like, but I'm curious if like, I don't know from like years past if it was more or less people out. It felt very busy yesterday. This is just anecdotally like one day. I do wonder if like shopping, like retail shopping is down. If online shopping is down, I'm curious. I know, having worked in that world in previous careers, this time of year is like retailers are highly focused on their numbers, but they don't share those numbers until after the holiday. All right. I think that's pretty good. We have a little melange of rosemary and orange, which looks pretty nice. I think that'll be good. That's plenty. I feel like this is the 2 whole rosemary sprigs, diced, fine diced. Yesterday was super quiet. Yeah, like I was noting, I was like, it feels like a lot of people on the street. But I mean, it was Wednesday. It's like an odd, I'm sure that Saturday is intense, but Saturday and Sunday even more so. I want to do, it does smell amazing. I want to do a stream this year from the Christmas market again. We did that last year, and I think it would be fun to try to do that again. My hope this year is I'd like to do a stream from the Christmas market, and then check out the holiday light show at the downtown sort of. It's called I think they call it the Wanamaker's Holiday Light Show. Wanamaker's was the name of the department store like a lifetime ago. Other thing though, this year I'd love to go down to South Philly during that time and get a look at the lights. There's a couple blocks in like deep South Philly that are really nicely lit up, and like people drive to them and they're like big. They're big lit, you know. And the fact that it gets dark at 4:30 in the afternoon means that it would be reasonable to do that during stream. Okay, so here's where we're at. We're ready to roll. I got my cooling racks over here, got my scale ready to measure out dough. I have my topping for our, I keep wanting to say carrot. It's not carrot. It's, it is orange zest and rosemary. I have a little bit of sea salt here. And we're going to put those ready to go. So the recipe says scoop 2-inch mounds into the cookie tray, leaving 2 inches between each cookie. Bake for 10 minutes, then add a sprinkling of sea salt, finely chopped rosemary, and orange zest to your liking. You might have to press the salt to make sure it sticks. Bake for another 2 minutes or until the cookies have formed a nice crust. Formed a nice crust on the outside, but a gooey in the center. That's a specific note. I can work with that note. I like that note. That is meaningful. Okay. We have an enormous bowl of dough here. This is quite hefty. This dough has all been in the refrigerator for at least 15 minutes. So I'm going to just kind of make a go at taking dough out of here. I'm not going to focus on like one particular batch. They're not mixed together, so there's no like mixing. Dan, hello. Welcome. Hey. It didn't do the thing. I didn't do anything. I made 0. I'm noting. I'm noting that it didn't. And it's interesting because it crossed over to 210. It's like it was reading it as 20. Maybe. But there are other folks in the... yeah, maybe. That might be true. That might be it. I really don't know. I don't know. I would like to know, but I definitely don't. Okay. We're going to try 2 different types of cookie size here. I'm going to do 2 at 40. I'm going to do 2 at 47. 2 at 47 grams. So what's 40? What's 47 grams? Okay, this is 36. This is 35 grams. 36 grams. This is 35. So let's roll. I'm going to roll some out here. I'm going to do 2 35s. 35 and 35 is 70. I actually like that number a lot better. Okay, I'm going to do 2 35-gram balls. So 1, 2. It does not say to press them or spread them out. I'm going to give one of them a little bit of a press. And then we're going to do 2 at 47 grams. Because 47 is what the recipe calls for. And we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to leave one of them as a ball. Leave one of them as just a ball. And then we're going to do the other one. Do the other one. And we're going to press it just a little bit. Okay. So these are ready. ready to go. Let's pop these in the oven. We'll give them 10 minutes. We'll see what they look like when they come out. This is so the 35 grams are closest to the logo. Okay. Close the oven. Timer set. Need a timer for 10 minutes. 0 button on this timer is shot. Okay, and then another timer for 2 minutes because it says to put the salt, orange, and rosemary on top after they've baked for 10 minutes. So we're gonna let these. We're literally just gonna let these bake. These are getting ready to go. Okay. This makes about 16 cookies, so it's at 2-inch balls. So that's pretty on par with what the 47s. They look like about 2 inches or so. All right, let's see. Is this camera going to be able to see into the oven? If I turn this on, is it going to like stay good? Or are we going to fight? Are we going to be fighting over this, or are you going to be cooperative? I think it was not working earlier because it was too warm. That's my guess. That's my guess anyway. But we'll see. We'll see. Now, let's do this. Doop, doop, doop. And this. Doop, 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 doop. Doop, 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 doop. Well, that's as low as the white balance goes. Okay, well, there. Now they look. There. Okay. So, the ones on the left, these ones that are closest to here, those are the larger ones. These are 47 grams. The ones that are, well, I can't put my finger on them. The ones that are farther away are 35. What I'm trying to find out is I just want to make sure that the size is good, that I've got the right size for these. I think I'll probably end up at 40. My guess is that I'll end up at 40 grams because these the 35s seem very small. They seem too small. The other ones, they're not spreading. So that's I don't know. They're not really spreading a bunch. That said, they've only been in there for 4 minutes. But there comes a point where they stop spreading when they're baking. So we'll see. I think TBD. They're about halfway done. No, 5. No, they're not halfway done yet. We're waiting. I'm waiting. Once these come out of the oven, I'll know, and then we're gonna really start the cookie ball rolling process. Like it's gonna kick into gear. While I'm thinking about, as I'm considering that, I'm gonna get out another tray here and put some parchment on this, so I have a place to put my overflow. Because I'm going to end up rolling cookies, I think, quicker than I can put them on the baking sheets. The other thing is that I put my oven on very early in stream. I think I turned the oven on before I even went live. So the oven's been on for almost 3 hours now, which means that pizza stone in there is hot. So I could probably double up the trays in the oven and have 2 going at once, but I don't think I want to do that just yet. And I can't start rolling cookies until we've determined what we're doing here. These look good. The 47s look good. The ones that I pressed down are it's interesting. Like, these have not, they are not spreading. They kind of are, but they like, the 35s are definitely too small. So the ones that are on the right in the oven here are too small. So lesson learned. I think I'm probably going to end up with the 47s, and I think I'm going to end up with this. The one that's closest to where my finger is here is the one that is 47 grams and pressed down. So I think, if I'm guessing, this is the one. This is what we're going to end up doing: 47 grams with a press, because they don't this is not spreading very much. Who knows why? But we have 3 minutes left until I pull these and sprinkle them with salt and orange. So the other thing that I'm determining here is how many of these I can put on the tray. How many can I cook at once? And rosemary, yes. But I combined the orange and rosemary into one bowl, though, which is the goal was to get the rosemary to soak up some of the orange zest liquid and be able to sprinkle it a little bit easier. So we're working on it. But yeah, I'll be able to determine how many I can put on the tray. It does smell good. This whole kitchen smells great right now. It smells like chocolate and orange and rosemary. Like, there's 3 very strong scents happening here right now, and all of them are good. The other thing is that when this dough if this dough warms up a little bit, like to room temperature, it's been in the refrigerator, so it's still like it's colder. You know, it hasn't been in there for a long time, but it's a little cold. When this warms up, it's going to be a bit. It will probably sink down a little bit more too. It'll probably spread a little more. That's what I'm trying to say. All right, we got about a minute and a half left on these. And they are supposed to be molten. They're literally called molten chocolate cookies. Now, I do want them to be able to be cooked, you know, so like we're experimenting right now. I think the ones that are smaller, the ones that are on the right on the screen, are going to be more cooked than the other ones, just because they're smaller. They're 10 grams smaller. Oh yeah, Liz, no worries. No worries. Sorry for the ads. They are probably going to do another end of year discount, I think. I don't know. I mean, I don't have any insider information, but they usually do. All right, about 30 seconds left on these. And then I'm going to get my, getting my rosemary and my salt ready to go. Rosemary and orange and salt ready to go. And I'm just going to pull this tray out. I'm not going to take it out onto the counter. I'm just going to do that. No, I am going to pull it out onto the counter because if I leave the oven open for that long, it's going to like just all my heat's going to leave my oven. So let's pull these out onto the counter. I don't want to leave my oven open for that long. Oh, wow, these are pretty. Okay. All right, so a little bit of orange and rosemary. Yeah, these are soft. A little bit of orange, a little bit of rosemary, a little bit of salt. It said to press it in a little bit. So we're going to do that. Yeah, the 47 grams are the right size. So exactly what the recipe says. Back in the oven for 2 minutes. Timer is set and going. Let's this and press. I am going to press these. So I'm going to let these. I'm not going to start rolling cookies in 2 minutes because it's just 2 minutes. But I am going to go with the larger versions of these because they look better. They look like what they're supposed to. The ones that were 47 grams that I just left in a ball, they didn't spread very much. So I don't know. I don't know how much they're supposed to spread. They don't look. The one that I pressed down a little bit looks more like the ones in the pictures. If you want to see what these are supposed to look like, there is a link to Discord in the chat that will, if you look at the cookie chat channel, there's a link in there to the recipe, and it'll have pictures in there. Anyway, Sky Stew, welcome. Are you making more than cookies? Not today. Today is a cookie day. We're making approximately 80 cookies today, so we're just doing cookies. I often do other things though. I often do vegetable forward family meals. Excuse me, is like the main component of stream. I do like dinners a lot. One of the sort of main things that I stream is like quick. I say quick. They're designed to be quick, but I don't do them quickly because I'm often designing them or writing the recipe for them, so it takes a long time. But like family meals, weeknight meals, that type of thing, is a lot of what I do on stream. So that was 2 minutes. We're gonna get these out of the oven. The cookies this time around are for our Cookie Club. There's a link to that in chat for all the information on Cookie Club. So here are some finished cookies on the sheet pan, ready to go. So this one, well, those are rubber gloves. Let's not put the pan on those. So let's give you some context. Give you some context here. We have 4 different cookies, or not different cookies. These are 4 sizes and versions of the same thing on this tray. Let's do it like that. Okay, so we have 35 gram cookies. This one was flattened. This one was left in a ball. I have 47 gram cookies. This one was left in a ball. This one was flattened. So you can see that there's a size difference between them. Now, to my eye, the one that is the 35 gram left in a ball cookie, that would be this one looks, this one I'm pointing at, that one right there, looks the best. It is very small. This one, 47 grams, flattened slightly, is the one that is, I think, is what I'm going with. This one looks good and is also like, it's a good shape. This one is 47 grams and it looks great. It has some nice cracks on it, which are fun. So does this one though. So I think I'm going to go with the 47 gram pressed into a ball is I think the final verdict here. So the other thing I want to do is see how many of these I can fit on a tray. Eat them before you decide. Hey, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Yeah, this one, oh, they're interesting. They're not soft per se. Oh, they are. The bottoms are crispy. The top is not. The top is very soft. So I'm gonna take these off of this tray. So they might be different inside. They're definitely different inside. The 47, so I'm going to put these 35 grams aside because these are too small. Just from a size standpoint, if I was making those to send to people, I would want to send 3 of these. And I haven't done the math on whether I could do that or not. So we're going to stick with the 47 one. Zach, welcome. Welcome. Nice to see you. Someone cares about size of the cookies. Yeah, because I package them in a specific size bag, and also I think it's nice to get like if I'm sending them to somebody as a reward, I like sending them like a reasonably sized cookie. I don't want to send somebody 2 tiny cookies. I know that's what you meant. I'm pretty sure that's what you meant. Had to be the cookies. Couldn't be anything else. Size doesn't really matter. It's how you eat them. Do I sell the cookies? I do not sell the cookies, and you cannot purchase them. You can purchase them. You can become a tier 3 subscriber, or you can sponsor a cookie club. These are for folks that have entries throughout the month in Cookie Club. There's a link to that in chat. You can earn entries a bunch of different ways. You can give bits, you can donate money, you can subscribe, you can gift subs, you can check in, you can clip the stream, you can invite friends, you can level up in Discord, you can be a recurring subscriber, you can buy things from the merch shop. There's a lot of different ways. They're all listed in that link in chat. Let's try these. Okay. So this is 47 gram flattened cookie. They're meant to be eaten hot. They do look like brownies. That is the inside of that thing. And it's looking pretty good. And now this one is the 47 gram non-flattened. Interesting. Now, here's what I would say. The non-flattened ones, so you can tell the one on your right was just a cookie ball. And the one on your left was a flattened one. So they're roughly the same. Let's get a taste on both of these though. So I'm going to try the 47 gram flattened cookie first. Oh my God, though. Holy shit, that is so good. Mmm. 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 Sorry for all the chewing. Hold on, let me take my microphone away from my skull. You can hear the chewing. Probably pretty loud. Okay. This is... I'll put the other two halves here. This is the 47 gram non-flattened one. They're the same volume. That one is more molten inside. Yeah, Philly cheesesteak with molten chocolate. Chocolate and beef could go together. Okay, verdict. Verdict. I have an answer, and I know what we're doing. They're both pretty gooey inside, guys. Do like there's a little bit of a difference between the two. So I think I know what I'm going to do. We're going to do 47 gram cookies, and I'm going to flatten them just not as much. And I think that'll be the right move. Here's the other thing I want to do. I want to see how many of these I can fit on the tray. So I have about a foot, 30 centimeters or so between here. If I put one, these spread to, let's see, 3 inches, 2, 3. I can fit 3 and 1, 2, 3. I think I could 5 across here. I'm pretty sure I could actually get 5 across here. Yeah. So if I did, so that's about 3 inch between 4, 2 inch between 3 inch between 4. No, I can do about 12. I could fit 5 on here because they don't spread that much, and I don't need a full inch between them. I just need them not to run into each other. So 5 across. 5 across is the move. For the sake of continuity here, let's also take a look at the inside of the 35 gram non-pressed cookie. This is the smaller version. And this looks less gooey inside. So I do think that 47 grams is the right one. Mm-hmm. Okay. We got it. 47 grams, 5 by 3. 15 cookies per tray. 80 total cookies. 15, 30, 45, 60, 75, 6 trays. Should take about an hour and a half to bake total. Hour and a half from now. Hour and a half, we should be finished baking. That's 320. It's 320, 420. 450, finished by 5. Okay. Minus 4. So, yeah. Okay. We're good. We're good. I'm doing the math for the time because I want to package these two. So, let's get to it. Squeeze 5 more on the last price. Once I once I bake another tray, once I do this tray, I'll have a super clear understanding of how to space these. They get this crust on the outside, so they're not going to like run into each other and stick together. Okay. Here we go. 47 grams per ball. Should I join Cookie Club? Up to you. Cookie Club is voluntary. You don't need to spend any money to participate in the pulling of the names. You can guarantee yourself cookies in only a very small handful of ways. So the only way to guarantee cookies is being a tier 3 subscriber. So if you're like, hey, I absolutely have to have cookies like this month, and I check every month. So like, you know, if you're a tier 3 subscriber this month, then you get them. And if you're not, then you don't. So that's just kind of how it goes. Is tier 3 high or low? Well, it depends which direction you're going, really. According to Twitch, it's the highest. Or it is the most expensive tier. I'll say that. So the other way to guarantee you get cookies is to sponsor a Cookie Club, which is a $50 donation. Which is higher than tier 3, but it's also you don't need to subscribe. Anyway. All right. So 3. These are looking pretty good. The only thing with these is that I need to stop while they're in the middle of cooking. Go ahead. Oh.
They're like brownies.
They are
Orange brownies.
They are kind of like brownies. They're very good. The cookie tax, exactly. Yes, the cookie tax has been paid. It's funny because these are in. I need to put these on a flatter surface. That's what I need to do. There we go. Okay. It's hard because it's like shifting on the scale a bunch. The chip gremlin? Yeah. The chip gremlin is here. How do I become tier 3? Well, there's a subscribe button, should be underneath it here somewhere, and then there's a drop-down menu when you go to the page to subscribe that has an option to pick which tier you want to subscribe at. 3 being somewhere in the neighborhood of $25 a month. Might be more now. But tier 3 subscribers get cookies every single month. There's a select few people that get cookies every month. There's also a link in the profile panel under subscribers that'll take you to a separate page on Twitch. Now, granted, if you are subscribing and you get cookies, you do need to give me an address to send them. So if that is a concern of yours, I would take that into consideration. Now, I will tell you that I don't do anything with those. I just address boxes with that information. Nothing else. On mobile. Oh, I have no idea on mobile. This guys do. I have zero idea how to do anything on the mobile. I actually don't use the Twitch mobile app really at all. Which is the best, honestly. Although I know it's interesting because I know a lot of the people who watch this stream are on mobile. Don't use mobile. Only use mobile to chat. Ah. Okay. I can appreciate that. I watch on the TV often myself, but I just don't chat. So, I don't know. All right. These are looking great. I'm happy. I'm happy with how this is coming together. And I'm hitting a good stride where I know sort of what the weight of things is here. Like it's there comes a point when I'm like making cookies where I can sort of like grab a handful of dough and have it within like 2 or 3 grams of what weight I'm actually trying to do. Like that was 46 grams right there on the dot. That's funny. How many cookies do you give the chimney? Depends on the number of cookies that I can fit in a package. It is always at least 2. Occasionally it's 3. One time. This month it's going to be 2. One time we have done a 4 cookie month. That was the small, very small thumbprint cookies. Those were very small, so we did 4 of those in a package. I should also mention that if you do not live in the United States, I'm going to ask you to help with shipping costs. Because it is expensive to ship out of the country. I live in the US, and so anyone who does not live in the US, I'm going to ask for some of your ducats. You know what? You should totally give a treat to Soaplup. You know, maybe one of these days I'll send the moderators cookies. Maybe one of these days. Gotta win the drawing. This is how it goes. All right. These are going in. We got a tray full of cookies. I didn't press these as much. So these are, I still pressed them, but not as much. Let's get these in the oven. We'll set a 10-minute timer. We'll add our rosemary and salt and orange zest at the 10-minute mark. I'm going to start this next tray. I forgot that I didn't put my mic back on my head. There it is. I did all that. I was chewing a bunch, and I didn't want it to come through because it's always like, there's always, when I watch stream back sometimes, because I do watch streams. I watch, I usually scrub through the stream for like clips and stuff like that. Anytime I'm like chewing something and I have my microphone like right next to my hat here, I'm always like, oh God, it's so loud. So I try to be conscious of it, but sometimes I fail. Today, I was mostly conscious of it. All right. 47. So I wonder if I can get 15 cookies on a tray in the time that it takes to, in the 10-minute span. We'll see. I don't think I can. I don't think that I can get, because I'm doing basically like one cookie a minute. Do I cook with groups of friends? Occasionally. I've had friends of mine on stream before. I think I've only cooked with someone else on stream. Maybe someone can correct me, but I feel like I've only cooked, aside from my son, who I've cooked with on stream multiple times, I've only cooked with another person, I think, once. In this kitchen. I like cooking with other people in general. I'm pretty sure the only time that I cooked with another person that wasn't my son was when my friend Drew was here and we did lumpia. He's been on stream before. He's like stopped by the house before and been on stream. He's been he was here during a knife sharpening stream one time. I was sharpening his knives, so it was a knife. He was here for that because I was literally sharpening his knives. But I think that's it. I do like cooking with other people. My dad wants to cook. My dad's aware of stream. He watches streams sometimes. So just FYI, I don't change my behavior because he watches stream. Just FYI, it doesn't change how I am, but I'm aware that he watches. Anyway, he wants to help. He wants to like come on stream and cook gnocchi with me sometime, and I would love that to happen. I'd like to do that, but I keep failing at like figuring it out. Quilpy, welcome in. Hello, good to see you. I hope your holiday, such as it is, was a good one. Alley Cat, hello. Hello. Nick, welcome in. Good to see you. Nick, that DM that I sent you was so funny because like you responded and I was like, oh shit, now I actually have to follow up. Damn it. Joystick Nick is quite a helpful technical human being, and I reached out with an inquiry. I'm not gonna like get into that because it's an offline conversation. But I was like, I literally, if I have been moving the send message to Nick item on my to-do list for 2 months. 2 months. I put it on the list when I was recalibrating the sound on stream, which actually, now that I'm considering it, was quite a bit longer ago than 2 months. Anyway, I had some limitations, and as I said in that message, those limitations were removed. So I was like, oh, if it's going to be that kind of party, let's fucking go. Anyway, cookies are great, Quilpy. Thank you. We're doing molten chocolate cookies. Molten chocolate cookies. You look like you're in your mid-40s. Oh my god. Oh god. Mid-40s. No. I'm 41. I am mid though. That's probably, that part's valid. Never ask a lady her age. I mean, you can ask, but I'm 28. That's right. Forever. No, I don't want to be 28 again. 28 would be fine, actually. 28's a fine age. I don't want to be in my early 20s anymore. I like have no yearning for that time of life. No yearning for that age. But yeah, eat it, granddads. Yeah, he's he would be funny to have on stream. I would enjoy his company on stream. As it turns out, I like my dad. He's a good guy, you know. So early 20s was hell. Early 20s is like you're like an adult, but you don't know anything. You don't know anything. They're like, hey, you gotta get you some of that insurance. And you're like, what's that? What's insurance? Been 489 since the day I was born. Yeah. I was born a baby and then I grew up. No, I like my age. I'm very happy with I'm fine. So much trauma. I know. Tattoos of dead flowers. No, I do not. No, I do not. I have tattoos of vegetables. Like a lot of them. Wow, that was a long 10 minutes is a long time. I was like, I don't think I'm going to finish rolling a tray of cookies. I'm on to the next one. I forget when I was born. It's fine. That's like... I don't remember the last time I met another adult that I asked their age. That's one of the things that I actually really love about the age that I'm at is like I'll meet somebody and I don't care how old they are. It doesn't matter. Like it literally doesn't matter at all. There's no reason to care. Unless they explicitly are like, basically, if they're older and they have some condescending shit to say, they'll say it. And then they'll tell you that I'm older than you. But like, go on. Okay, boomer. That's how it goes. But yeah, I haven't asked anybody their age in a long time. I'm just considering that now. Yeah, 41. It's in my bio. You can read it down below, along with a bunch of other information. In fact, there's a lot of shit down there. That is 48, 47, 47. There we are. 4x5s. No, these are just this is a holding tray. We're cooking, and then I'm going to transfer these to a different tray. 15. Interesting. That is young. That's very young. That is an age that is not an age that I have thought about in a long time. Okay, need to take these gloves off. Got 20 seconds left. And okay, reset my timer. Come on out of the oven here. We need to sprinkle and reset. Sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. Yeah, the fork is the right tool for this because I don't actually know how much I need to like. I don't have a sense of how. I don't know how to, what's the term I'm searching for? I don't know how to appropriately spread this out. Okay. How to portion this is what I'm saying. Okay, so these are going to go right back in the oven, 2 minutes. And then these are ready to go. Woo! Oven is hot. And my next tray is like ready to go in. Ready to go in. Okay, 2 minutes on the timer. That is good. Next tray's ready. All right. I don't know. I'm worried. I'm a little worried if these. I'm a little worried if I do. I'm a little worried if I roll too many of these at once that they're going to dry out. And knowing that I can do a tray's worth in the time between putting them in the oven and taking them out, I think I'm going to let this dough stay like it is. And I'm going to, because I can also take these off the tray and put them on the cooling rack pretty quickly based on that first batch that I did. Oh shit, those are so good. Sorry. They are very good. Okay. Let's get those out. And okay, here is a tray. Come take a look at the camera if you're so inclined to see some cookies. These are finished. I'm ready to go. All right, so here's what I'm going to put that next batch straight away in the oven. I have. Wait, hold on. I started my timer before I put them in. Let's not do that. Okay. All right, those look great. Do I ever get stale bones? No. No. I'm not sure what stale bones means, honestly. Okay, I'm gonna take these off. These are ready to go. Like, taking these off of the tray is actually, they're pretty dry on the, not dry, they're firm on the bottom. So I am happy. I'm just like, these can just come right off and start their journey on the cooling rack. I am then just going to start the next tray right away. And yeah, and I think kind of knowing that I can roll these between is helpful, because as these were drying out, hey, Sky2, I saw that you redeemed Stretch. I'm in the middle of doing some things, okay? You've asked me now twice. Stop. Thank you. I got it. I'm working through something. I'm like doing a lot at the moment. Okay? It feels very pushy when you do that. And it makes me not enjoy what's happening. And it takes me out of the headspace, and I don't want to have to keep responding to it. I ignored it the first time. I'm not going to ignore it again. Okay? Okay, we're going to put this in here. I'm surprised you have it as a redeem. Cyber, I like stretching. It's one of my favorite things to do. But I'm not going to stop and do that when I'm quite literally working against a clock. Which is what's happening. Not working, we're working with the clock. We're not working against the clock. But I want to stretch. And I would like to do that. And I saw the redeem come through. It's in my dashboard. Twinderella, you're correct. Yup. Yup. 47 grams. Okay. So these are pretty dry. Like this one here, I am, excuse me. I'm also leaving this one on the tray. I'm trying not to eat this one and leave it whole, because one of the things that I want to consider is when can I package these? So some cookies, when I make them, are like pretty crisp right away. Some cookies, I quite literally have had to put in the refrigerator so that they cool down in time that I can package them on stream. Some, like these, are kind of in the middle. I think these will be fine to package relatively quickly after I'm finished making them. I'm going to make all of these. Alley Cat, I will check that for you. Can you do something for me, Alley Cat? Are you able to message me on Discord? Not post in a channel, but are you able to if you're not, then you can post it in a in one of the channels. But if you're able to can you send me a message on Discord and ask me to do that? What might be, here's how, when I pull the information for subscribers, I pull it, I have a thing on my calendar the last day of the month at like 11 p.m. I try to pull it for the month at 11 p.m. on the last day. Because that will give me like the clearest snapshot of timing. Sometimes the timing is weird. Like if you like subscribed, if you subscribed like today, for example, and it said like 18 months, like, I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't like count it in the right month, no matter what I do. So I'm happy to look. If you're at 18 months, I will 100%, then yes, 100%. 100%. Yeah, I'm happy to check. Subaj. I don't actually Cyber, is that a command that works in other streams? I wonder, I'm sure I could set that up. Interesting. Onion rings or soft pretzels? Yes to both. Follow age should work. Command follow age should work. Oh, it worked. Look at that. It worked so good. It worked so good that it did it twice. Oh no. Oh no, the bot is just like oh my god. Watchmaking. I saw that video about the cookie run. Fucking crazy. That's wild. Wild to me. 3 minutes? How? That watch time information comes directly from Twitch, by the way. I don't the follow age comes from the bot. That's why it's doubled up. Oh no. It's doubled up because it's still on in Stream Elements, I bet. Sparky Crows, welcome. I bet it's still turned on in Stream Elements. I converted it to StreamerBot modules. I converted it to StreamerBot recently. And I think I just didn't turn it off. Let's see. Chat commands. E, F. Oh, I did turn it off. Interesting. I guess it just it's coming out of the bot twice. I don't know. Anyway, we got issues. A month of your life. Well, I appreciate it. I've spent 41 years of my life watching myself exist in third person. I want to add a note to the end of that just says you should probably go outside now. Having your birthday cake. Is it your birthday then? It sounded very British of me, didn't it? Happy birthday. If it's a thing that you'll allow me to say, happy birthday. That's great. That's great. All right. Next tray of cookies coming out. Feel old as hell, 29. 29 is a great age. 29, you're still in your 20s, but you're old enough that people are like, oh, that person's got it. That person's like, oh, they're older. They're older. Oh, the camera froze again. Yay. Okay. Speaking of age, we're going to put our orange zests on here. These cookies look amazing. And kind of importantly, they all look the same, which is good when you are trying to make them look all the same. It's great when they do, because, you know, because otherwise it's really annoying. Okay, rosemary, we got salt. I'm going to pop these right back in the oven for 2 minutes. And I got my next tray ready. So these are gonna be done. We'll take those out. We'll tray those up. And I feel like I'm gonna be able to start packaging these actually relatively soon. I might be able to start packaging these before I get our last batch into the oven. My camera went off again. Because I feel like they're going to be dry enough. Okay. Well, the camera works again. See how long that lasts. In America for 2 weeks. How was it? How was, did you enjoy it? What brought you here? A cowboy shirt and a hat. Hell yeah. You were definitely in America. Good work. Fudge drawing. Congrats on getting all of your lights up. I bet it looks amazing. And the fudge is made. Well, now that the holiday fudge has been made. How does cowboy gear go over in the Highlands? I saw someone yesterday with some amazing cowboy boots on. I didn't say anything to them, but I saw them and they looked really fun. Got so much done so quickly. Well, we did batches of everything. So we've been live for almost 4 hours, but now we're like, the flywheel of the cookies has started. I didn't set the timer for these ones in the oven. So we're going to give these another 30 seconds and it'll be ready. Story wasn't, I enjoyed it. Nice. Watered down chicken stock. Great. Hey, it's better than freezer burned chicken and a pot of water. You're doing something. My son just got home. He says it smells like chocolate oranges. It does smell like chocolate oranges. You're not wrong.
Is this like the chocolate orange is cookies?
They're not chocolate orange cookies specifically, but they are chocolate cookies with orange on them. Okay, these are coming out of the oven. These are going into the oven. Okay. This next tray is out. 10 minutes on the clock. Here we go. I'm going to give these about a minute to cool down, or a minute or so to cool down. If I sit them directly on the counter, it'll cool them from the bottom quicker. What's up? You looking at me? Just looking at them? You want to try one?
Sure.
Hold on, not one of those. Yeah, this has been sitting here now for what, 30, 40 minutes and is pretty dry. All right, try one of those. Those have been out of... Yeah? Happy? You like some? Yeah.
I like the salt.
Watch that. That's hot.
Mm.
You like the salt? Yeah, the salt topping is definitely makes it. Salt on cookies is like beautiful.
Mm.
Let me give these a little pat on the top to kind of get everything to settle in. Okay, let me, can I scooch by you here so I can take these off the tray? We got to keep it moving. A lot of people couldn't understand my accent. You know, that's an interesting problem to have when you're speaking the same language. Calvin, Liz wants to know, what's been your favorite cookie so far? Like, generally speaking, from Cookie Club.
Those, what were they? They were like, it was like orange something.
The orange creamsicle
Yeah.
cookies, you like those?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the orange creamsicle ones he says. Interestingly enough, those didn't, those were the ones that I think didn't ship as well as I wanted them to.
Yeah, they were really soft.
Yeah,
Which
they were.
made me.
Yeah, they were
That's part of the
very
reason that
soft.
I liked them.
They were very soft, so I think they got a bit squished in the packaging. Those were ones that would have. Those were a cookie that would have benefited from a overnight rest before packaging. Okay, so that's good. And we're ready to go. Refresh the gloves. Is this camera still on? It is. Hard to tell. Yeah, now we know. I was trying my best to be less Scottish. Which probably what feels awkward and makes it worse. Somehow. Tried to talk to people in slang. Oh my god. Can you imagine? Well, I'm glad you had a good time. Like, I'm glad it was a good experience, despite the not even like language barrier is not the right word. Language barrier is it is funny. I noted I've only been in other countries that don't speak English a very small number of times, and the one thing I noticed is that like way more people speak English elsewhere in the world than speak other languages here. So the fact that it's just an accent is kind of funny to me. When we were in France, everyone that I interacted with was like extremely apologetic about how bad their English was, and I was like, y'all, I can't understand anything that y'all are saying. So, like, what do you mean your English is bad? You have words in English. That's better than most people. Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, twice, Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Oh, wow, you were in the Midwest and the South. Super. Well, this Arkansas is not really the South, but that's great. I love Tennessee. There's certain things I don't like about Tennessee, but Tennessee itself as a place to be outside is amazing. The hardest accents. It is interesting. I'm always fascinated because as an American, like, you can kind of tell like regionally where someone's from by their accent, right? Like, you know the difference between someone from like Texas and California or New York. If you put, Texas, California, New York, Boston, like Baltimore, like very different accents, and you can kind of tell. But to someone who's trying to learn the language, it's got to be fascinating. And I was saying I was talking about this with Calvin the other day, and how other countries like also have the same thing. Like, Northern Italians speak differently than people from like Sicily. It's different. And if you don't speak the language, you can't hear it. But to the American ear, hearing someone speak English with a Scottish accent is very, like, probably disorienting. Any opinions on Ohio? I've been to Ohio. It's fast. It's it's way bigger than I thought it was, honestly. I haven't been there with I haven't had any meaningful experiences in Ohio. I've been to Cincinnati. I've been to Columbus. My favorite place in Ohio is Chagrin Falls. In Michigan, we make fun of Ohio all the time. There's a rivalry there, right? Like, I don't know anything about anything, but I think that is like a thing that I know, that Michigan and Ohio have like some type of rivalry. 1670 was about early 20 Celsius. Yeah. You know what, Sparky Crows? I prefer using Celsius myself. If you ask the smart devices in this house to tell you the temperature, they'll tell it to you in Celsius. Weird seeing the sun for longer than 20 minutes a day. Ohio has no race. That's funny. I don't know. I think, you know, there's a lot of empty space in this country, and most states have the redeeming value, if nothing else, of having like a nice outdoor area, like nice outdoor amenities, because we have so much room that it's just open space everywhere. We should plow it over and build strip malls. Yeah, bowling alleys and shit. There we go. The football game. Which football game is played the day after Thanksgiving? The big rivalry one? The big game? Not familiar with the big game. I'm going to watch a sports event tomorrow. No, Saturday. Whatever day. Yeah, Saturday. I'm going to watch the Major League Soccer fight. One of the few states that borders. Right. Falls of Shin. Chagrin Falls is where Bill Wooderson, the creator of Calvin and Hobbes, lived. After miles and miles of corn and soy. Yeah. Driving through this country is a very weird experience. Or it can be a weird experience. It's like there's just there's a whole lot of nothing going on in a lot of places. The Upper Peninsula. Isn't that the Upper Peninsula is where there's a lot of like canoeing and that type of thing out there, correct, fellas? Am I thinking the right spot? There's what do they call that? The barrier waters? Am I thinking of the same place? Or is that in Minnesota? Sorry if that's in Minnesota. I hope I didn't just offend. Okay, we're gonna remember to set our 2-minute timer for this one. Do you find nature cool? I do. I like being outdoors. I'm not an indoors person if I can help it. I don't know a lot about nature, but I enjoy being in it, if that makes sense. I don't have any, like, I like camping. I go camping regularly. I like hiking. I like walking, just general, in the city. I don't have any like nature knowledge. Some, very little. I'd like to know more about trees, but I don't think I'm old enough to have a tree identification hobby yet. Canoeing all over the place. 5 major lakes, tons of miners. Yeah. Flagstaff. Albuquerque. I've been to Albuquerque. Roswell, Dallas. Graceland. Oh, cool. Sounds like you hit some good spots. Fun trip. 2 weeks, too. 2 weeks is a nice amount of time to be somewhere. It sounds like you did a lot of traveling, too. Where did you stay the longest? I am in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So my almost entire life experience, of living places is the East Coast. I've been in Philadelphia now for a long time. Set the timer. Okay, timer is set. Next batch is ready. Let's check this first batch that came out of the oven because I want to see if these are ready to start packing yet. Because it is 16:11. I said I wanted to be finished. My hard cutoff today is 6 p.m. Outside job at a solar farm. Oh, that's fun. Breathing recycled air is hurting. I bet. Especially if you spend like all day outside. Yeah, especially if you spend like a ton of time outside. I like being outside too. Like just if I can get out and like breathe fresh air every day, like that'll do it for me. Ken, what was my favorite food when I was in the US? I'm only you know what's funny, Sparky Crows? This is gonna make me sound like an inconsiderate asshole, but I'm gonna say it anyway. The reason that I know what that means is from watching Outlander. Anyway, sorry about that. But I did know what you mean, so that was helpful. What's life like without school? It's better. Better. Houston, okay. 30 out right now. The sun hasn't set. Yeah, that's cold. I had to do the math in my head because I was like, that's below freezing, right? Yeah, it's below freezing. -1 Celsius. Aberdeen, Amsterdam, lost my suitcases. Oh no! That sucks. That sucks. Fisty Foods, welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see you. I hope you had a good one. Or I hope you're having a good one. I'm having a good one. Thank you for the reset. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Did you do any cooking over this recent holiday? Family Thanksgiving, Friendsgivings, or other? Or just personal cooking? All right. Batch of cookies in the oven. Batch of cookies out of the oven. These look great. They look great and they taste great. And Liz, one of our amazing moderators who shared this cookie recipe originally, had reminded in chat earlier, but I will say it out loud. Again, I'll say it at the end of the stream too, that if you're receiving cookies for Cookie Club this month, you need to heat them up. You need to heat them up. $600 for missing your flight. Oh. Well, I'm glad you had a good trip regardless. Things in my world are good. They're good. My little bubble is decent. Of course, I set the wrong timer. I started the 10-minute timer, so we'll set a 1-minute timer because it was right at about 9 minutes. Great. I'd rather have my clothes. Yeah, there's no replacing clothes. I mean, there is replacing clothes, but like, if you packed all of your favorite stuff and then it's gone, it's like you can't get that favorite shirt back again. Like, losing your personal possession, like getting money is nice, but losing your actual things is really frustrating. All right, these are great. So I appreciate the fact that I can take these off the tray basically right away. Because that is helpful for this whole process. I don't have any like downtime here. Wait, I did set the right timer. Hold on. I need a timer for 10, 9, 8. I need a timer for 8 minutes now. I set the right timer because I had the 10-minute with the things that are in here for 10 minutes. Okay, I'm on it. I'm on it. I got it. I'm good. We're good. We're good. Everything is fine. The timer is fine. I did set the right timer. I just thought it was the wrong timer, and then I reset a different timer, which was in fact itself the wrong timer. Now we're on time, so we got it. Clear? Clear? You brought your family tartan. Oh no. That's what I'm talking about. You can't replace, I mean, you can replace it in the sense of like, yes, I'm sure you can probably get another one in some capacity, but it's not that one. That really sucks. I hope it turns up. Sometimes things like that turn up like weeks or months later. Like it was in some storage room, you know what I mean? Never put anything I care about in checked luggage, Cyber. Yeah, that is reasonable. That is good advice, and also, if when you're traveling for 2 weeks, like some things you just gotta go with. What's up?
What's this one doing?
That one is just existing. You want one? You want it?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to? Well, that one, they're all dried now. They're cooled down now. You're supposed to eat them when they're warm. Just a little housekeeping note. Always keep a spare set of clothes in your carry-on. Yeah, you got to keep a spare set of clothes in your carry-on. All your your personal documents, like that kind of thing. I've never, knock on wood, and I will. I've never had an airline lose luggage. But like, I feel like now is the common thing is just like put an air tag in it. Like that is super standard now, I think. So that, like where is it? As long as someone with a phone comes near it, you'll know where it is. I feel like that is the right. That's like the thing. I do that now whenever I go anywhere. $200 is my husband's family tartan is ugly, but I would still be sad. Of course. It's not the aesthetic that is the meaningful part of it. It's the thing itself. Go to Walmart. Well, you really did have an American experience now, didn't you? Having to go to Walmart to buy your wardrobe. Didn't put that on your list of things to do, but there it was anyway. That sucks. Christmas threw up. Yeah. You're like, I'm married for the aesthetics. All right, these look great. How many cookies do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I will have enough. Definitely have enough. I always want to make more for the household, but then I don't want to have 20 plus cookies kicking around. I wouldn't mind that, but I don't want to spend all of my cookie club allocated time doing cookies for myself in the house. Okay. I don't know a lot about tartans. I don't know. I mean, I know sort of what they are physically, but I don't have a good grasp of. Are they established? Like, can you get a new one? No, I don't mean like the physical object. I guess what I mean is like, if you wanted to establish like a new one, like a one, one that didn't exist already. You were like, you married somebody and you all wanted to have like your own thing for your own family and start like a new thing. Is that allowed? And to your point, is it like sacrilege to wear someone else's if it's not your explicit family's? I have little understanding of how not to, what's the way I'm trying to say this? How not to be like blasphemous and like, could you just like wear one? If you were wearing one and you didn't know anything about it and someone came up to you and it was their family's tartan, would it be offensive to them? Tartan design service, by that link, Cyber, I'm assuming that yeah, it's totally fine. And Sparky, I understand what you mean when you say like I can get a new one, and that's what I mean is like, oh, they've been around for thousands of years. Like, can you just design a new one for your family? I'm not suggesting that you do that because you lost one. Like, don't misunderstand. Don't mishear or whatever. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is like in a vacuum. Cyber, thank you. Yeah, you have to get them officially registered. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I meant when I was like, is it even allowed to design a new one? Like, obviously anybody could just like throw a pattern out there and get it made up and wear it, but like in order to be recognized, can you do that? You can't wear someone else's. Okay. Or you shouldn't. Because I mean, I'm imagining it has implications similar to like, because it's cultural. It's like a cultural thing. You can't just be like, hey, I want to do that, But yeah, I guess if you like want to go through the effort of like getting it formalized, you could. It sounds like. Okay. Doing this last cookie ball here, so I can move this off the counter. Not the last one, but I've got like 3 more left in this bowl here. Approved by the Scottish Register of Tartans. Yes, that's okay. Thank you. That is the thing that I was trying to say. There's a bunch of rules. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. All right. So, orange and rosemary. So I think the last couple ones that are on here are going to have a little less orange and rosemary than the ones from the first batch, because I wasn't sure how to portion these. Portion! There's the word I was searching for earlier. Just came to me. I wasn't sure how to portion this appropriately earlier, and I put a little more on the first cookies. So when I am doing these last ones, I guess these will be fine, actually. I only need like one more. Yeah, I got one more tray worth, and I got just about a tray worth. Yeah, we can extend that. Okay, we can extend that. Great. Still unlivid. No, totally. Well, it's like a family thing. I mean, it's an heirloom. It's an heirloom with deep meaning. I get it. How more stuff doesn't get lost is shocking to me with a volume of things that go through. I kind of assume that something's going to get lost almost every single time I travel. Like I'm shocked when it doesn't. Okay, I'm also tapping the salt in here because it said to do that, so. Okay, great. We get these in the oven, back in the oven, 2 minutes back in the oven, and then we got one more batch after this. No, well, yeah, one more batch after this. I can also put, I only have like 2 or 3 cookies left on this, in this bowl. I can squeeze those onto this tray, like we said earlier. Cheap ones off of Temu. You know, I've actually never been on Temu. I've never even opened the site. I'm not saying that as like a, oh, look at me, I'm superior. It's just I haven't, and I don't know. I used to do work in e-commerce, and I think when I left that world, I sort of stopped caring as much about shopping online. I don't love Amazon. I do try to avoid Amazon, but it's hard not to. I think I can get one. Let's see. 2. We'll get one more. eBay. Sparky Chris, you are old school with the eBay. My buddy Drew sells on eBay. It still surprises me how big of a market that is. People make a decent amount of money selling their own things on the internet. It's kind of wild to me. One of my friends sells things online, like as a business, and he's always like, hey, you got stuff I can sell? Like, I'll give you we can like split the difference. Mer, welcome. Hello again. Spaceballs, welcome in. Crafty Cat, nice to see you. Welcome. Nice to see y'all. We're making cookies today. We just finished. We just finished traying up the last bit of cookie. We have cookies in the oven. I didn't set a timer. I missed the timer. All right. Let's see. How long do we think those have been in the oven? I think those have been in the oven for 4. I think these have been in the oven for 3 minutes. So we're going to set a 7-minute timer. There we go. Oh, it says I used to sell a lot on eBay. Started reporting anything over $200 he made to the government. That sucks. Should just start selling on Facebook Marketplace, really. Bet Facebook would report you too. No longer viable on eBay. Gotta go to the dark web. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm sure you don't. I'm sure there's plenty of places where novelty items are available. Novelty meaning unique. No implications there. Okay, we're done with the scale. We're done with the scale. We're done with this tray. Let's clean up a little bit over here and get ready to pack. Okay. The timer is vexing me today. I'm not putting these in for 10 minutes. These are finished. I'm putting these in for 10 minutes. I just looked in the oven. I was like, how are those going? And I'm like, oh, they already have salt on top of them. Shit. Okay, so these are done. They look the same as the other ones, so they didn't they didn't overcook, thankfully. Cyber says, I need someone to teach me how to use the dark web so I can get some illegal French unpasteurized cheese.
I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
That is probably available, honestly. And also, maybe not the intention. Not really for good government robots. No, this is just for amusement purposes only. Obviously. Obviously. Hold on. Is that tray hot? Yeah. Good. Okay. Mer, thank you for bringing friends over. Y'all, if you are not following Mer Bakes on the Twitch, Mer is a fellow food and drink streamer who also does non-food streams. Recently a co-working stream. I would also encourage you to follow Chef Devins. Devins, welcome in. Good to have you. We are making cookies today. And this is great. I can introduce myself. Hot Dish Grey Duck. Welcome, y'all. How was stream today for the cooking, for the food and drink? What was don't ask for leftovers. You know, I do love me some leftovers. How are we all holding up with our Thanksgiving leftovers? Do we still have them in the fridge? I heard on the radio on Monday, they were like, today's the day to get rid of your Thanksgiving leftovers. If they're still in your fridge, they're no more good. And I was like, y'all, it is Monday. Those leftovers are from Thursday. Like, no, you're wrong. Like, I'm holding on to my leftovers. I'm clutching them in my cold, dead hands. Anyway. Alrighty, welcome in. Hold on. Oroidi. Alrighty? I'm not saying that correctly. If you want to give me a phonetical how to say that, I'm happy to say your name the way that you prefer hearing it. Have some dressing left. Reasonable. I don't have any leftovers from Thanksgiving because I didn't cook myself. So I was at someone else's house and they cooked and I did not take any leftovers home. So that was nice. G Dare on Fire, welcome in. Thanksgiving leftovers went so fast. Do you do anything specific with them? Whenever I have turkey, I like making turkey tetrazzini, which is basically like turkey in a cream sauce with pasta that is then baked in the oven. It's great. And the only reason I'm upset that I didn't have leftovers this year because I didn't get to make turkey tetrazzini, which kind of was annoying. Still have leftovers and I'm eating them. Right. Because it's a week. Leftovers a week later are fine. Kanara, if you're listening, I know that I'm probably wrong. Technically wrong. And I'm sorry. The old stuffing is probably okay. Right. Like, I'm going to eat that. If it looks fine and smells fine, I'm going to eat it and we're going to find out. It was on the radio on Monday and I was like, Monday? I was like, it is Monday, y'all. Thanksgiving was 4 days ago. What are you talking about? Get rid of your leftovers. Y'all know what groceries are these days? Get out of here. Nobody's getting rid of their leftovers yet. You keep eating them like I'm having Thanksgiving all over again. I love that. I tend to make turkey tetrazzini, or alternately, I also love a sandwich. Oh, that counter was hot. There was hot cookies sitting on there, weren't there? Yes, there were. All right. Hello. Damn it. I'm so dumb. I was like, wow, that counter's hot. And then the thought left my brain and I leaned on it again immediately. Okay. I think it's fine now, though.
Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Yes, it's fine now. Okay. Dear God. Sometimes I just think to myself, I'm like, why am I like this? Why did this keep happening? Maybe problematic with contaminants, but not as worrisome as chicken. True caretaker. True caretaker. Wrong one. That's the... Nope. Nope. This is the one. Thank you for following up. I appreciate knowing that. I really actually appreciate knowing that. I'm also glad to be in Kanara's good graces. Nobody wants to cross Kanara. Devins, how are the cookies today? The cookies are great. I've got the last batch in the oven right now. Here, I'm pointing to the oven. It's behind me, but they're also on the screen right there. These are the actual cookies. Did this camera freeze again? No, perfect. I like your hat. Thank you. It's baking. It's like baking stuff. Yes. Command hat. If you like hats, this one also has a pen holder. And my microphone on that side. And in the back is this webbed strap, which is super secure. And I've had these hats for years, and they've never broken. Fellow says, I don't agree with Kanara about everything, but I sure as hell keep my mouth shut. You're wizened in the ways of human interaction, fellows. Y'all, we had some friends join us. Let me introduce myself and say hi. I'm going to say hi. I'm going to tell you a little about the stream, a little bit about the community, and then I'm going to tell you like what we're doing today. It's nice to have you. Friends who are hanging out here, Chef Devins is a fellow food and drink streamer. Would love you to go follow because we love supporting the food and drink community. It's an important part of it's an important part of the whole thing. Twitch is a supportive community. Food and drink is a very small part of it, but I love all the folks that stream into the category. So please go follow. Friends who joined us, welcome in. It's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I am a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I am also a dad, an IRL dad. It's not just the name. You can call me Lou. You can call me Dad. And I was going to say something else, but let's not. We're going to keep that as an inside thought. Anyway, I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they, and it's really lovely to have you. Housekeeping note number 1. Follows are silent.
Say something. Anything.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Anything but that.
It's weird. It's weird. Fucking weird. Very weird, and I don't know what to do. Playing with microphones, freezing down to my bones, and to top it all off, I'm with you. Anyway, the mic works now. Now you all know that I love now that you know that I love the show Rent also. My son is upstairs yelling, "Why are you singing Rent?" Because I'll tell you later. Anyway, follows are silent. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. Feel free to hit the follow button if you like to be a lurker and remain in anonymous. I got derailed. Sorry. Our stream is all about cooking. It's all about conversations. We do mostly vegetable forward meals here. Mostly I'm doing dinners. I'm doing a lot of recipe development. Also baking. We do meal prep. We do snacks sometimes. We do IRL stuff out in the world, out in Philadelphia where I am. Our community is pretty chatty, very kind. We are very supportive of lurkers. Sometimes it gets a little spicy in here. I love a good innuendo. And so, like, you know, fair warning about that. But anyway, it's nice to have you. Enjoy hanging out, enjoy your lurk. And if you're like, hey, we just raided in and I don't know, like, whatever, what's this guy doing here? You know, feel free to, I don't know, whatever. Where was I going with that? If you rated and you were like, F this guy, then you're not even listening anymore. So I don't care. We're making cookies today. We do a monthly giveaway for members of the community. You can enter a bunch of different ways. Command cookies if you want to learn about that. Learn about how to enter. Some of them are paid, some of them are free. All of them get tallied up every month, and we do a little drawing to give cookies away. And we're making those today. These are molten chocolate cookies with rosemary, orange zest, and sea salt on them. We're topping the last tray that just came out of the oven. We're gonna pop this tray back in here for 2 minutes, and then we'll be finished our cookie making today. But we're not quite finished with stream today, because in addition to making the cookies on stream, I also package them. We're going to take our vacuum sealer next and get these cookies into their packages so that we can send them off to the recipients tomorrow morning. I'll be over at the post office bright and early, chatting with our bestest friend, Lisa, who has been handling our cookie packages at the post office for more than 2 years now. And I hope that Lisa likes these cookies. I make some for her as well. And if she doesn't like them, you know what? She's gonna tell me. She's gonna be like, those weren't that good. Because she's real honest and definitely from Philadelphia. So that's what we're doing today. I am going to set the timer for 2 minutes. This is the last timer we got to set today. Okay. Our timer is set. Our timer is set. Our cookies are in the oven. I should also note for friends who just joined us, it would be lovely if you were a YouTube person for you to go subscribe on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. When you click the link, it's gonna pop up and be like, do you want to subscribe? And you want to just click yes to that. I am trying to get to monetization on YouTube where I can like make money from the videos that I post there. Anyway, I'm gonna have the content and I'm gonna have the watch hours, but I don't yet have the subscribers. So it would be lovely if you're not currently subscribed on YouTube to please go do that. And if you're watching on YouTube, because I'm live streaming there too in both vertical and horizontal formats, it'd be great if you hit the subscribe button there too, please. Thank you. I appreciate it. It always feels so weird to ask for things like that, but like it is important for me as a human and content creator. Toldowski, welcome in. I hope you're having an absolutely fantastic Thursday. Fuck, I hope your Tuesday was great. You were hanging out on Tuesday too. I remember saying hi to you. So I hope the rest of your Tuesday went well. And Wednesday, and now Thursday too. Yes. I watch on YouTube so I can watch on my television, but I like checking in here. Time out. Can I ask you a question? You watch this stream on YouTube? Like, generally speaking, you prefer to watch on YouTube. That's great to hear. I know that there's at least like one or two folks that have told me that before. And so it's always interesting to hear that. Do you mind? Can I ask you one more question? Can I ask you like one, maybe possibly another question about that? Would that be okay? I don't want to impose. I know that you're, most people when they're watching are doing other things as well. And I don't want to be like, I don't want to take your attention out of whatever you're doing. Yes, Cyber, I do have two versions of the stream on YouTube. One is vertical, one is horizontal. So if you go in on your phone, it should automatically serve you the vertical one. And if you're on your desktop, it should automatically serve you the horizontal one. I don't know if that's accurate, but I'm sending two different versions of the stream to YouTube, and that is intentional. I have a completely separate setup for horizontal. That's actually, it's not like it's not a setup that it's not like automatic. I designed it in OBS just like I did this. Like I had to set it up manually. Rebecca Hudson says, hi, Lou on YouTube. Hi, Rebecca. Thank you for saying hi on YouTube. I love that. I'm conscious that YouTube is a different audience. On the TV, it's just horizontal. Right. And it should be. It should be. It should know what device you're using, and it should make that adjustment automatically. That's my understanding, because I'm sending it to two totally separate stream keys. It's a whole thing. Like if anybody's like, please explain this in great technical detail, I would be happy to do that. It's probably boring. And now it would be boring. Let's see. Well, that won't show up. That won't show up in the replay. I got you. And we shan't make mention again. All right, we're going to package these cookies now. It is been at least an hour or two since the ones that are on the far side of the counter, the Gary Larson cookies, the ones on the far side. Sorry. The joke sounded way worse than I thought it would. I'm really not that sorry about it. I thought it was clever, but like who's getting that? Funky Punk. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's get our bags. So I'm going to need a lot of bags. We already have our bags made up here. These are done. Let's get these out. And we're done. Finished with the oven. Let's put this, I'm going to sit this directly on the counter. Finished with the oven. Oh, look, oh man, now you can see my shoes. Hey, look, free feet. Yes, you are. Am I Cyborg now? You have Cyborg Chop on YouTube. Welcome in. I got and enjoyed the joke. I'm glad. I am genuinely glad that the joke was received and enjoyed. We're gonna package these now. These are definitely cool enough, dry enough to get going. With
Wait, hold on. Oh, I see.
you still have your jacket on?
Yes, Dad. It's comfortable.
Comfortable. He came home.
No button.
He came home. He picked up his iPad. Started going on his iPad. He didn't even take his jacket off. Literally just walking around the house in a winter jacket. The screen addiction is real. Okay. We're packaging these now. These are okay. We can't package these super tightly, but they're solid enough that I'm not worried about them like squishing and deflating. They're not like a sponge texture. But this is what our cookie packs are going to look like this month. We have our vacuum sealed cookies ready to go. And a few more of those and we'll be done. A few. I need someone to put these, like literally to put them down. Move this over here. And then this can just sit, those can sit right there. Okay. And then we'll put those there. These bags here. Move the salt. All right, here we go. I got it. I never know how big to make these vacuum sealed bags. Like, there's so much extra material on them. I feel it's so wasteful, like how much extra material there is. But I make the bags ahead of time, and then like when I package the cookies, sometime like today, I'm like, oh, I could have made these half the size that they are. It's okay. So we're gonna package these. The boxes are done. The cards, everything is finished. There's like a little packet of material that goes out with these. And once I am finished with, basically like I'm gonna finish stream. We're gonna finish packaging these, and then I'm gonna get out of here for the day. It's still gonna take me a little while to package these, so like FYI. Later this evening, I'm gonna end up packing the boxes for these. A bit later this evening, probably like 8 or 9 p.m. I need to go check in on Discord with anyone who hadn't responded to me yet, whose name was pulled during the drawing. We're going to send these out tomorrow morning, so they'll be out in time for the weekend. Excuse me. And these are cool now. Like, these are room temperature. They're not cold because they weren't in the refrigerator, but they're room temperature. And these they look very small in comparison to other months' cookies. However, they're thicker and denser, and I think I'm pretty happy with how they turned out, honestly. Like, they seem they're large enough to be pretty satisfying. And I already have the number of bags that I need ready to go. So I'm going to end up packaging, I think 29 bags here, something like that. I may not end up needing all of them, but I'd rather package them and then have the ones that are for the house. If there's any leftover packages of cookies, that's always okay, because they're vacuum sealed. Kitchen smells wonderful right now. And it's also hot in here. I don't know what the rest of the temperature in the rest of the house is like, but this kitchen is like sweltering. The oven's been on. The oven was on for like 4.5 hours. Opening and closing the oven for that amount of time. Quite a bit. Okay. This vacuum sealer feels like a t-shirt press at the boardwalk. Y'all ever get like boardwalk t-shirts? The ones that like you go and you pick the design from the wall. I don't know if it's just a boardwalk thing. I'm sure that that's like everywhere else in the country has like something like that, like at the fair or I don't know, the mall. They'll like you can pick like some sort of body design or some sort of like ridiculous slogan or something like that. They're still so popular down at the beach or the shore here on the East Coast. Used to be a place like that at my local mall. Yeah, like they were way more prevalent like decades ago, but that's still like a big business down at the beach. Because they don't have to have. I was thinking about it. I was like, why are these so popular? Like, how come this is still like a line of business that people participate in? And I came to the thought that the probably because you don't have to carry inventory. Like you have to carry, if someone wants a gray shirt, that you just have plain gray shirts and they're just like, then you print whatever on them, and you can sell all sorts of different shirts and products and whatever. They're fun though. I remember I was at the boardwalk this past summer, looking at some of them, and they run the gamut from like wholesome and funny to like just absolutely like could not wear in public. And some of the could not wear in public shirts were really funny. And you can make it on the spot. You don't need the inventory. You don't need to have the shirt's not printed. It's just a plain gray shirt, which also doesn't expire. So I feel like the business model is very smart. Alien Fox Moga says, my husband and I run a screen printing business. A lot of those shops use heat transfers so they make them on the fly. And that's what I was saying with the vacuum sealer. It feels like that because you're just like, I'm just like pressing this thing down and it's sealing it with this little heat bar. And I remember one of my favorite shirts when I was a kid came from one of those shops. And I don't know, it lasted for a long time. I don't know what it was, but I mean, I didn't take any special care of it. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. Hey, happy 120th check-in. That's a Cookie Club entry. The horn will let you know, and the Discord message that when it goes along with the horn is going to let me know when I calculate entries for this month. If you have not yet checked in today, you could feel free to hit Command Check-in and get your check-in counted for today. Lissy, welcome in. Good to have you. Does this black match? Yes. I don't even... I feel like this is one of the newer black t-shirts. It doesn't have little holes in it right here yet from rubbing on the counter. You can tell the older t-shirts, they all have little tiny holes like they've been eaten by mice. Hey Google, stop. I don't know why. Oh, I know why. Because yesterday I set an alarm for 5 something and it must be 5 p.m. It is 5 p.m. Look at that. Beautiful. I didn't intend that to go off. I intended it to go off yesterday. Whatever, here we are. Well, here we are. Pixie, welcome. Hello. Hello. Not yet. Right. Correct. Correct. Yeah, I set that up recently, the little thing that drops a message in Discord, and it's super helpful because I don't have to be like, can someone please put that in Discord so I don't forget it? It just does it automatically. Shout out StreamerBot. If you're a streamer, I would encourage you to use StreamerBot because it's great and it does everything you want it to do. StreamerBot does every single thing that your current favorite bot does. I would put money on that. Maybe not that much money. Working on getting out this Sharpie. Can you get Sharpie out of clothes? I didn't even think that was possible. I often get oil. I get oil on my clothes. That's the thing that gets me. Like the stains. If I've got stains on my shirt, it's oil or grease. Usually it's olive oil. Try to look at StreamerBot. Mix it up. Right. Yes. Yeah, it Mix It Up is great too. I do like Mix It Up. That's a good one. Mix It Up for a long time had a much more user-friendly interface. StreamerBot's 1.0 release fully changed their user experience, their UX, if you will. So it is I don't know when you looked at it, but it's a bit more approachable now. I agree with you that previously StreamerBot looked like a program that was designed by the front end of it looked like it was designed by back end engineers because it was. Now it looks like a bot that is designed by front end designers. Yeah, I remember making the hard cutover from, I was using Stream Elements for a long time. I made a hard cutover one day. It took me all day to move from Stream Elements to StreamerBot, but that was 3 years ago, and I have not looked back. I was worried when they updated their UX that I wouldn't know how to use it anymore because I was so used to the janky interface that it had. I was like, oh no, you're going to change it and it's going to be different. And I'm not going to know how to use anything. It's all going to look like it's supposed to. Anyway, we do love StreamerBot. One of the things that I do love about it, and I don't mean to go on. I'm probably losing. I lost somebody here. I know that. One of the things that I really love about it is if you build something cool in it, it's really easy to share with someone else. If you're like, hey, I love that you have this command that does all this stuff. If the other streamer is willing to share that with you, they can literally just give you the code and you can copy and paste a giant line of like text into your version of the bot and it'll just set all of it up. And then you just customize it. You have to like change it to do what you want to do, otherwise it'll do what I have it set to do. But it like this whole the whole check-in thing, if you like wanted to do that on your stream, you wanted to have it count, you wanted to have it send things in Discord, blah 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 blah. Like I could literally just copy the code that I have for that and send it in a Discord message, and you could pull it into the bot and it would just work, which is phenomenal. Anyway, I'd be happy to I'm happy to like talk shop about that at any time. Command, hey, if you're a food and drink streamer and you're in this chat right now, I want you to click the link that's in chat. And if you're not in the Food and Drink Creator Club, and I want you to apply to be in the Food and Drink Creator Club. Because that is the type of place where there's lots of people who will help you with things, including Twitch staff. And if you stream into the food and drink category, you're going to get accepted into the club. Packaging is going along pretty well here. I do the packages, these plastic pieces, in 2 parts now, because I've learned from experience that if I try to do too much, if I try to use this thing too much in one at one time, it will overheat. Great club, please join. Yes, that's what made me think of it. I was like, oh wait, I know at least one of those folks is in here. I'm trying to be more involved. I'm not involved. I'm involved, but in like a background way. I can't. I have a really hard time like staying active in Discord. I really do. Reliable arms for holding the phones. When you say arms, do you mean hardware? You mean like hardware, right? Are you looking for any advice on that? I have thoughts for you if that's the direction you're trying to go. Even if I don't chat much. Yeah, I don't chat much either. I don't chat much in general. My Twitch recap told me I sent 1,900 chats all year last year. A camera store. Excellent. Well, that will certainly have the right type of material for you. Phones aren't that heavy either, so it's nice. Like you certainly have a lot of options. What are we, George? Welcome. What are we sous videing today? No sous videing, but you totally could. That's certainly what you would certainly be able to do that with this machine here. Catastrophe, welcome. Hello. Happy Thursday. We are humming away here with our cookie packaging. We made the dough, tested it. Made the dough in batches. We tested it. We baked all of it. Now we're packaging it. We're getting into it. What are we vacuum sealing? We're making cookies. So, George, we're doing cookies for our cookie club. Every month I do a giveaway for members of the community. There's a link to the details of how you can like enter that. You can enter for free. You can pay to enter. There's a bunch of different ways, but we're making cookies right now and I am sealing them. And the next time these cookies feel the air in the world is going to be in the homes of folks whose names were drawn as this month's recipients. Except the extra cookies, which will be unpackaged in this house next week sometime. And the ones that are going to teachers at Calvin School. And the ones that are going to the people that work at the post office who help send all these cookies for the handwritten addresses on the boxes that I bring them. Because I don't do anything technical. I just handwrite the addresses and I'm like, here you go. And one of my buddies is like, I could totally do all the postage for you and like put it on my like machine. My friend who does eBay stuff. It's like, I could totally like do all the labels and put it on the machine. It would be so easy. And I was like, yeah, but then I don't get to like talk to Lisa at the post office for 30 full minutes as she enters names into the computer. And I didn't ask Lisa if she would prefer that I do that. But I don't know. These are molten chocolate cookies with rosemary, orange, and sea salt on them. Chocolate chip cookie dough, nice. Shipping them and putting them in the freezer. So you're not baking them today. You're just making like storage cookies. I love freezer cookies. If I wasn't worried about like the number of cookies that I need today, I would probably have frozen some of these. But we have a few I'm going to end up with extra packages because there's going to be some folks who either don't respond or don't want cookies, which is totally fine and totally reasonable. That's why we have options to not get cookies. We have options to get a gift sub or credit to the merch shop. A quick tray. That's, yes, George, that is like the right move. My preferred move in those scenarios is making a double batch. That way you have a batch of cookies then, and you have a batch of cookies that you can just throw in the freezer. The double batch is my favorite. Also me and my girlfriend. Right. And you don't want to have like 40 cookies in the house at one time. I mean, not that that's no judgment in that statement, but like I would not eat 40 cookies in the amount of time that it would take them to go stale. Freezing them is certainly the right move. I'm already diabetic. Right. Well then 40 cookies would not be a good look. I don't know how many bags we've done already, but I cut and par sealed 29 bags. So whenever we're finished with these, I will have 29 bags of cookies, which is the number. That was the maximum number that I thought I would need. Oh, no, I don't want to seal. Vacuum, then seal. We're going to get there. The power of prepping. I know. Prepping is great. I start prepping for Cookie Club the day before. So yesterday I made the popcorn, I folded the boxes, I addressed the boxes, I wrote the cards, I packed the packets, and this morning I sealed I par sealed all of these bags. Because otherwise stream would take 9 hours. And I'd rather spend my time chatting than panicking about having been live for 8+ hours. But I said I wanted to be wrapped up today by 6 p.m. was my goal, and we're definitely going to hit that. So I feel good about that. I love cooking and baking. My girlfriend is a caked and baked goods fiend. Me too, George. Me too. I am a pastry. Pastries specifically are my my weakness / one true love. On average, I have one pastry every day. I don't buy pastries every day, but when I buy them, I usually buy 2 or 3. So it averages out. Did I mention I'm Danish? No. However, Danishes are one of my favorites. Also, Danes in general are generally lovely humans. I just finished my I just finished like my 5th reread of the what's the book called? The Dutch Way of Parenting. It's a very informative. It informs a lot of my parenting style. Caretaker says, my mom once told me, and I have bestowed this to others, when you meet a girl and it gets more serious, ask her favorite dinner, favorite breakfast, and favorite dessert, and learn how to make them. That's great advice. And if their favorite whatever is like, I love the way this person in my life makes this thing, mom, dad, aunt, grandmother, whatever. Ask them. I never read it, but I don't have kids. Reasonable. Yeah, I mean, the same reason I don't read books about sports or cars. Because I don't, well, not that those are things that you have, but they're not relevant to my life. So, pepper steak. Never heard or seen someone munch that hard. Beautiful. Well, there you go. Proof. Proof. I read sci-fi. What have you been reading recently? I am the best sci-fi book that I've read in the past year or two was Children of Time. It was very good. Have you read the what's that movie coming out? I don't remember what it's called. Yeah, Project Hail Mary. That's the movie that's coming out. I was going to say, have you read that? But like, clearly, yes. I'm not sure how I feel about the movie. I saw the preview and I was like, I don't know. We'll see. I like Ryan, whichever Ryan that is in that movie, though, as an actor. I think. Is it Reynolds, Murphy, Gosling? I don't remember which one is in that movie, but it was the handsome one. They're all handsome. Whatever. Well, we've done it. Gosling. Okay. Yes. Because of Rocky, but the movie is questionable. I'm glad I read the book. I feel like stuff in that sci-fi is hard. I feel like visually it's always neat. Like the movies are always neat, but it tends to lose me on the tension that they create. I feel when you're reading something, when I'm watching a sci-fi movie, I love being able to see the thing, to see the ship, to see the world, to see the suits and the space and the stars and stuff. But I feel like there's a certain loss between the tension that I feel when I'm reading it, because I'm reading a lot slower than obviously the movie, and that tends to like lose a little bit for me. But that said, I do love a good sci-fi. I just finished sci-fi stuff. I just finished season 3 of The Expanse. I'm watching, and someone I'm chatting with told me recently that it was a series of books too. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that. I was surprised and delighted to learn. Okay, we have come through to the other side of stream today. We have gotten to packaging 29 packs of cookies. We have made them. We did some testing. And now I think we're finished. I mean, I know that we're finished. I'm finished packaging the cookies. I don't have anything else to do on stream today, because I'm not going to put these in. I'm not going to put these in the boxes because they have people's names and addresses on them. So like, we can't do that. We can't do that. So we won't. We are going to be back on Sunday. Our next stream is at 11 a.m. Eastern time. on Sunday morning of this week. We're going to be doing a cookie fest. We're going to the Philly Cookie Fest. It's down in South Philly. It is a bunch of different. It is a bunch. Is a bunch of different cookie vendors that are all bringing specialty stuff, and it should be fun. That's going to be an IRL stream from about 11 to maybe 5 p.m. The actual event runs from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. We're going to start stream maybe about 10:30 a.m. Eastern. This is all Eastern time, and go down. We're going to walk down to. We're going to walk down to where it is. From Broad in Washington, which is where I start a lot of streams. Yeah, that'll be at 11. And next week we have 2 streams on Tuesday and Thursday. Tuesday is going to be let's see, checking the calendar. Tuesday is going to be in the kitchen here. I may be doing some recipe testing. I may be doing some recipe development. I'm not sure. Thursday's stream is going to be either one of those 2 things, testing or development, or we're going to be doing a prep stream for a camping trip. I'm not sure, but we'll be live Tuesday and Thursday next week as well. The week after we'll be live on Tuesday and Thursday. So basically, like, Tuesdays and Thursdays are going to be the days for the next 2 weeks. Trying to keep a more regular schedule. So I'm looking for a spot for us to land today. I think I know where I would like to go. We're going to stick in the food and drink category today, I believe. I'm checking into the food and drink category. Let's see. Who's live? Who's live in food and drink? I'm live. We have Kelly B. We have Mishmish is live. Naruto Desi is live. Francesco Cooks Spaghetti is live. Chef Chloe is live. Sacred Damon is live. I think I would love to go bring y'all over to Mishmish. Mishmish is a fellow food and drink streamer. She is a friend of the stream. It's been live for about an hour and 47 minutes. She's got a pan on the stove right now. And it's that is a nice looking pan. Okay, we're gonna go over there today. Before we head out, if you are still hanging around, maybe you're lurking, maybe you are lurking, maybe you are hanging out here for the first time. Follows are silent. I would love it if you would hit the follow button on your Twitch application. We have some raid messages going on in chat right now. Here they are. We also have some social media links going on in chat right now. That shouldn't have happened. Okay, that was weird. Anyway, we're raiding over to Mishmish. I hope you all have a good one. We'll be live again, like I said, on Sunday of this coming week. 2 days from 3 days from now. I would love it if you are not currently subscribed on YouTube. There's a link to that specifically in chat. I would love it if you would go give that a sub. All right. Thanks for hanging out today, y'all. I appreciate it. I hope you have a lovely rest of your Thursday. I hope Friday is kind to you. I hope Saturday is relaxing, and we'll see you again on Sunday for Philly Cookie Fest down in South Philly. Have a lovely one. We'll catch you soon. Enjoy. Goodbye.